Mhm. Tururu, 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 tururu. Karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. It's my hope that mumeshinda vizuri. Is another time, another moment where we are tunataka kuketi chini tusemezane. Sababu tusipoketi chini tusemezane, we will not do well. Yale amenishtua ni vile Mabona Millie Odhiambo ati Millie Odhiambo anasema ati Wakenya siku hizi ati wanaomba wabunge wakufe, ati sababu wabunge wakikufa maendeleo inasambaa. Alafu najiuliza swali, nani aliwaambia wakuu wangu wanapeleka maendeleo? Nani aliwaambia wapelekange maendeleo kwa watu because they want to bribe them to vote? Mbona wasipeleke kwa hizo constituencies sahii hazina maendeleo sasa? So Millie Odhiambo ati anasema ati wanaogopa sababu sasa ati Wakenya wanaomba ati wakufe ili maendeleo, ati kunaonekana ni kama ati maendeleo inapelekwa kwa wale walioaga. Makubwa haya. Ati maendeleo inapelekwa wale wameaga. Anyway, where do I begin? Let me begin with Mesh Musembi. Na leo by the way kulikuwa na maandamano ya Sabasaba. Lakini watu wa Orokara enye andi hiyo level tumefika sasa. Any person who thinks that Ruto has the Kenyan solution, hakuna. Bado tumefika. Kama sasa bado wewe tunafikiria Ruto can do anything in Kenya, you require redemption. Wewe unahitaji miujiza ati pale huko ati wewe unafikiria ati Ruto anaweza komboa Kenya. Nimesoma ka script kengine ambako kanasema ukisikia serikali inasema inataka kukodisha pesa za walio nchini, ni kusota imesota beyond repair. Na zile maserikali zote ambazo zilianguka zikuwa katika hii stage Ruto wako sahi. Kuna mtu amezienumерate, nimeiona somewhere in social media. Sri Lanka ilikuwa imefika hii pahali Kenya iko sahi. Kenya tusidanganywe na mtu ati Kenya tunaenda vizuri. Kenya we are at a bad point. Hakuna pesa, goons ndio hao. You are not assured of democracy. You cannot picket. Like, we are now in an aristocratic country by design. Ni noma sana. Pale tuko sahi, tuko katika hatari kubwa. Anyway, wacha kwanza niweke Mesh Musembi atufungulie kikao ya leo. So sijui kama if there is any major politician who has spoken today. Or Karao is more than a by-election. Okay, niweke hawa SSD tuwaone. Maybe they might have. But anyway, Olkarao has proved to be very pivotal. Tuanzie na huyu. Olkalau is more than a by-election. By the time tunamalizana na hiyo Olkalau, tutakuwa tumesikia mambo mingi. By the time hiyo Olkalau tunamalizana nayo. Hey. Let's see. Fungue microphone.
Si tuko Olkalau. Katika mipango ya chama, ile kitu zaidi tuko nayo ni Olkalau. Tumesimamisha mambo mengine yote Kenya mzima. Na diaspora kila mahali our focus is Olkalau. Na mimi nataka kusema imebakia siku 13 tukutane Olkalau, nothing personal, just business. Okay? Wakati Rais Ruto alikuwa anakuja Olkalau last year 22, alikuwa anangojewa masaa 8 kabla aingie county. Alikuwa anangojewa 8 hours. Watu hawako wanalala na viatu wakingojea Ruto. Alikuwa tunampenda. Alikuwa anaongea tu hivi kabla akipost kidogo akujwa maji tunapiga makofi. Because he was a person, tulikuwa tumesema amesaidia Uhuru Kenyatta mara 2 and we did what we did. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye aliamua, sasa na mimi akaamua kwamba lazima acholee Gachagua amtolee. Mount Kenya inakuwa a leader at a time. Ilikuwa na Moi Kibaki, ikakuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, ikakuwa na Rigathi Gachagua. Na Rigathi Gachagua alipatianwa na watu ya mlima kwa Rais Ruto wafanye kazi na yeye. Akaamua yeye kwa sababu amefika atamweka nje. Akatoa mawaziri wote ambao walimsaidia kuingia kwa kiti, akina Linturi, akina JB, wengi akina Profesa Dungu, akawatoa. Akaamua hataki kufanya kazi na Rigathi, ndiye aweke mtu ambaye yeye mwenyewe anataka kumcommand, hataki kuulizwa swali. The reason why Gachagua alipatiana na mlima ndio a check also president of course. A check his powers. Amuangaliage tu yani, amwambie hapa tunaenda vizuri. But president anataka mtu yeye mwenyewe akuwe ni yeye peke yake, imperial presidency. So Olkalau itakuwa tu ile Mungu ametupatia nafasi ya kudemonstrate the anger. You know, revenge, you know, revenge mzuri yenye haina ile bitterness, ni revenge tu kazuri kakusema Rais Ruto, we loved you but ukaanza madharau. Olkalau watu wataamka asubuhi. Juzi walienda wakavamia watu wetu, walikuwa hoteli moja pale Royal Garden. Wakavamia watu. Okay? Kuna mtu saizi ako hali mbaya sana kwa hospitali. Alidungwa na kichwa yake ikafanywa scan, ikaonekana iko na bleeding na injuries. One of our people there. So mimi nauliza gava, kwenda kuataki watu kwa hoteli itakusaidia nini na kura? Sasa umepiga watu marisasi. So how will it help you? Don't be, usikue na wasiwasi. Tungoje uchaguzi, tupige kura. Mulituimba kura mbele, mukaimba kura Marava, mukaimba Magarini, mukaimba pale Murudikil. Sasa tukutane sasa hapa. By the grace of God, kama tumenyenyekea mbele ya Mungu, tunaomba ya kwamba justice will be done in Olkalau. Tutapiga kura, watu wetu pale watapiga kura, tunawaongelesha kila siku. Na ujue mahali kwa Olkalau ilikuwa the Raja Kipipiri 1995. Vile kuli happen, history is repeating itself. Vile kuli happen Kipipiri 1995, wapiga kuja wa Olkalau wale wazee walikuweko. Ni kwamba Moi alijaribu kubribe hao watu na stima na kila kitu, lakini walipiga ule mtu alikuwa anataka kupiga kura. History is being rewritten. That's what will happen in Olkalau. Na sasa wakati wamediscover kwamba hawezi shinda Olkalau, wanaanza kusema tupate at least 30%. Na mimi nataka kuambia watu wa Olkalau, hata hiyo 30% tusipatiane. Because wanataka kusema 30% wakipata, wataanza kusema, rais ataanza kusema hiyo iko sawa. If we get wata justify kwamba watapata 30% across Mount Kenya next year. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ile mingi pengine anaweza pata ile ya watu 1 2 3 4 because huyo candidate wao alikuwa manager wa CDF kidogo na familia zao. It must be less than 10%. We cannot give him more. Na hiyo ni ile tu, lazima pia mtu apigiwe kura. Watu ya Olkalau, let us deny President Ruto any bragging rights about Olkalau. Na in any case uchaguzi wa Olkalau iliisha 70%, iliisha siku ya mazishi ya Kiaraho. Hapo ndio 70% uchaguzi iliisha. Hii 30% ndio tunangangana nao sasa. So there's nothing personal, just business. Rais believes in money. Ameweka Beri aliweka 500 million, Emurudi kill 500 million, hapa ameweka 1 billion. He believes in money. It is this way. Tulichagua rais bila pesa. Ni sisi tulikuwa tuna support watu na kuweka magari mafuta na nini kusaidia rais last year. So sasa amekuwa rais 2022, amekuwa rais discover ya kwamba haya money can work now. It's not about God, it's not about maombi, it's about my power and money. So he wants to see whether money can work in Olkalau, ndio ajue kama ita work next year. So watu ya Olkalau, nyinyi ndio test ya mambo ya pesa. Let us demonstrate ya kwamba you cannot buy loyalty and love with money. Ile love tulikuwa naona President Ruto hauwezi kuinunua na pesa. Let us demonstrate. Hii Olkalau is a warm up for next year. So let us show him, ni pesa ulikuwa nazo mingi, si ndio si tulikupatia mamlaka, ukapata pesa, ilete pesa. Pesa ni yetu because umetuletea, lakini kwa kura it is another story. That's what we are hoping. That's what is going to happen pale Olkalau, and we know it will be well. Sisi tunaambia watu Olkalau tuchunge sana provocation. Wanataka kuprovoke watu wetu wa DCP wakasirike, waanze kupigana huko, waahirishe uchaguzi ama wafanye kitu ama wakose violence siku ya uchaguzi. In that violence wafanye mavitu hivyo na hiyo that. But ni mzuri niambie watu, kama tafadhali wewe si mpiga kura wa Olkalau, kwa good manners, ile manners ya Biblia na manners mzuri ya katiba na good order ethically, just keep off Olkalau. Kuna watu wengi wameahidiwa ati watapiga kura Olkalau. Sasa si maneno tuachane na nani. Ile uchawi ya mbele haitarudiwa Olkalau. Ile mambo yote mlifanya mbele, tulijua ni ngapi mlifanya. And I thank God very happened. Tulijua ni ngapi na tumeifunga yote. Hii watu wanaahidiwa hapa ati mtaenda kupiga kura Olkalau. Wewe kaa kwako nyumbani. Kama unapiga kura Nakuru County ama Nyeri ama Murang'a ama Kiambu ama Laikipia, kaa nyumbani una amani. Usiweze kuvuruga mavita kwa wenyewe. Hata kama ulipatiwa deposit ya 2000, hiyo ni yako wewe, kura na ukae na upotee na uzime simu. Hakuna mtu atakuja kukutafuta. Wewe kaa, because mtu ambaye ako na akili ya kuja kutafuta wewe tukapiga kura Olkalau, huyo ni mwizi tayari. Huyo ni muhalifu. So wewe funga simu na unyamaze na ukae. Usiende pale kujipigisha mashida. Ati mambo mingi. Tuko na hiyo uchaguzi hapa kwa hapa na tuaje venye Mungu atusaidia. Kwa hivyo jana
So Budi is saying Olkalau is gone. So Olkalau is gone where? With the DCP or with UDA? You need to be specific. I think DCP is winning it. Let's see Amada.
Namna ndo hivyo, tumeng'oa nanga katika ukumbi wa siasa. Jina langu Elizabeth Mutuku, kwenye meza ya lugha ishara yupo Roda Nyamai, na ndivyo nilivyokueleza kwamba hii leo tunaangazia siasa za upinzani. Ni nani huyo atakuwa mgombea ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya upinzani, wakati ambapo vinara wa upinzani wapo bado katika mazungumzo, na wengine wanasisitiza iwe mbinu kupitia mbinu mbalimbali ambazo zinastahili kumtafuta yule ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya upinzani wiki hii, na ambayo ni wikendi. Kinara wa chama cha DP aliyekuwa mwanasheria mkuu Justin Biden Muturi, na ambaye ndiye mgeni wangu siku hii ya leo, alisisitiza kuwa muda unayoyoma na kuwa upinzani haustahili kuogopa lolote, unastahili kusema ni nani ambaye anastahili kukua kinara wa ama yule ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya upinzani. Wakati ambapo tunazungumzia hilo, kumbuka pia hii leo ni siku ya Sabasaba, siku ambayo imeshuhudia wingi wa uimarishwaji wa usalama na vizuizi, na pia kukamatwa kwa baadhi ya watu ambao
hapo leo kumekuwa na maandamano ya Sabasaba, na kama kawaida serikali imefungilia watu. They didn't want people to move from one point to the other one. I hope people were not hurt, but I think the Kenyan government has to stop this idea of attacking people. I don't know why they feel they have the moral obligation to attack people. Keep asking like a visitor in Jerusalem. See what you are insisting to talk instead of Orokarau. No, story ya Orokarau nimeongelea. I talked it here, quite here. But unajua pia leo ilikuwa siku ya Sabasaba, so kama kuna mtu atakuja hapa
litamani kushiriki maandamano ya amani kuadhimisha siku hii. Yote hayo tutangazia siku hii ya leo.
Bwana Budi, I think we have mobilized enough. Unajua, you might also over mobilize. I think people have been told the right thing to do. Candidate wa Ruto ni Tawe in Orokarau. Candidate wa Ruto ni Tawe. So DCP has to win in Orokarau. I have also heard that Linda Mwananchi, the Sifuna group battalion, will also be going to Orokarau to campaign for the Orokarau candidate. So that one also speaks a lot. I think Muturi, after amekuwa na hiyo mkutano, amekuwa na hiyo expose alisema, I think he has now decided to go to the media and try to push. Ati Budi anasema IDs have been bought at the UDA is winning period. Haya, wacha tungoje. Sasa wakishinda, si tutajua hiyo ndio curtain raiser ya 2027. Sasa if UDA is going to win Orokarau, then we have to sit down and now ask ourselves, how else can we win an election? How else can we win it's a question now which we will have to. I don't want to say die before the case, but mimi naona it can be a close election because Ruto wants to set a president. But wacha tuone. It will be so shocking if Gachagua will accept to be humiliated. Hijawahi tokeza. Orokarau is our stronghold. Wao endelea kupeana gas, haina shida. So we have been told that it is the former Kipipiri hapo. That is the former Kipipiri where people rejected the government over 30 years ago. So watu wa Orokarau tunawategemea nyinyi to set the stage for 2027. Yeah, we need to set the stage for 2027. Very important. So Orokarau is a must win. So intimidation by goons. So I think sasa pia hapa ndio Gachagua ataoneshana maneno ya kulinda kura ni nini. I think Orokarau, we have to do all it takes to win. And I know Orokarau, we don't need to steal the election. For us, ni kulinda tu kura to make sure that people have voted.
Karibu sana studioni, mgeni wangu siku hii leo.
Asante sana.
Umekuwa namna gani?
Leo nimekuwa shwari.
Umekuwa shwari. Umekutana na vizuizi ukija huku?
Niliziona mchana na asubuhi na kila pale nimeona polisi wako wengi sana.
Labda niulize hili. Siku ya Sabasaba inapoteza ile meaning yake?
Labda imepoteza kwa wale ambao wako katika mamlakani, lakini ni siku muhimu sana katika historia ya nchi hii, kwa sababu tukiyakumbuka wale sisi ambao tulikuwepo, wale waliotutangulia wakina Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Ken Matiba, Charles Rubia, Raila, Paul Mwite, hiyo grupu yote, James Orengo, au wakati walikuwa walikuwa wanapigania ilikuwa mambo ya msimu wa muhula wa vyama vingi. Na ikawa kwa sababu wakati ule ilikuwa chama cha KANU peke yake. Kwa hivyo hii ni siku ambayo umuhimu wake huwezi potea. Labda watu wapende tu wenyewe
ipotee,
kujisaulisha, lakini kwa wale ambao wanaunga mambo ya demokrasia katika nchi yetu ni siku ya muhimu sana.
Wakati tunasema pana umuhimu, hii leo maafisa wa polisi ama idara ya polisi imefunga kabisa jiji lile la Nairobi kuingia haswa eneo lile la bunge, na pia kuna wengine ambao wamekamatwa katika maandamano, na nikawa nikifikiria kuna umuhimu wa maandamano kwa siku hii.
umuhimu bado huko, kwa sababu wanaharakati wale walikuwa wametoa habari kwamba watapeleka petition yao katika bunge.
Okay, let me look for more information about Olkalau. But I don't know why I feel Olkalau, we can pull it. I feel Olkalau, we can pull it. Hebu tuone hii 10 billion project ya Olkalau ni gani? $10 billion. Haya ni makubwa, man.
The government has launched several development projects amounting to over 10 billion shillings in Olkalau constituency in Nyandarua County ahead of the July 16th by-election. Today, the Principal Secretary for Blue Economy and Fisheries, Betsy Muthoni, alongside her counterparts, unveiled 2 fishing boats worth 5 million shillings in the constituency. As Emmanuel Tu reports from Olkalau, the opposition has insisted that the projects are being launched to influence voters ahead of the by-election.
It is the last stretch of the high-octane campaigns in Olkalau constituency in Nyandarua County, ahead of the mini-polls expected in less than 2 weeks. 9 candidates, including Sami Kamau Ngodho of DCP and Samuel Mushina Nyaga of UDA, are set to face off in a grueling contest for the control of the soul of the vote-rich Mount Kenya region. And in keeping with what has been happening in the constituency for the past few weeks, the government machinery was on the ground again, handing over more goodies to the residents, this time round 2 fishing boats in Gwakiongo, Olkalau.
The 2 boats that we have been able to support the communities, and of course the cages and the fingerlings, is crossed to around the boats themselves at 5 million Kenya shillings, 2.5 each. Of course, the cages is 500,000 each, and we have been able to support them with 4 cages.
The Principal Secretary is adding that there are more boats to come for other dams in the constituency.
And hizi dams ni zile dam mmekuwa mkisikia rais His Excellency the President akiongea about, amekuwa akisema, we've talked about the big 50 dams. Hizi 50 dams ndio zitasaidia kuweka at least 1.5 million acres under irrigation.
So these just normal government programs that we are running. Only that it coincided with my timetable that I am doing field visits and field verification and commissioning at the same time that Olkalau is having by-election.
The boats came barely hours after another consignment of 20,000 6 kg LPG gas cylinders from the government given to the voters in a heavily subsidized price of 1,500 shillings. The giveaways also follow a string of multi-billion projects, which include road construction, markets, 23 new electricity projects, title deeds, water projects, among others.
Tunatumia shilingi bilioni 10. Ukiangazia kwanza tuko na university ya 1.8 billion ambayo inaendelea pale Nyandarua University. Nyandarua ndio county ya kipekee haina university katika Mount Kenya region. County kama Kiambu tuko na 2.
The government maintains the projects are not supposed to sway voters, even as questions linger over the involvement of state officers in the campaign trail.
We are not actively campaigning. I'm not actively campaigning for any candidate. We're just here with the development projects that are sponsored by the ruling party, that is UDA.
Taka ni siasa, hii ni kuendelea na mbele, na hata wakisema ni siasa, si tumeendelea mbele na.
The opposition leaders have accused the government of unleashing state machinery to bribe voters through projects.
The way William Ruto is dealing with the people of Olkalau, you eat his beans, you eat his rice, you sleep on his mattress, you cover yourself with his blanket, you wake up and buy bread with his money, and then you go and vote for Sami Douglas Kamau Waweru.
The goodies come even as 72,000 voters prepare to go to the polls in the next 10 days. I'm inside this 2 million shilling speedboat donated by the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, with the government maintaining that this is not a plan to woo support, but the opposition has a contrary opinion.
Because they're trying to hoodwink the people. If indeed this development was meant to happen in Olkalau, first it would have been in the budget. Number two, we should have seen it even before the Honorable Kerao died.
Emmanuel Tor, Citizen TV, Olkalau, Nyandarua County.
Kuna jambo nataka kuuliza. Kwa hiyo maendeleo inaletwa Olkalau, hiyo maendeleo inaletwa Olkalau, I want the neighboring constituency to Olkalau watuoneshe kama wamefanywa hii mambo inafanywa. Let me see the neighbor to Olkalau. Neighboring constituency to Olkalau. Ndio hii. The neighboring constituencies to Olkalau include kuna Daragwa constituency which is in the north, kuna Kipipiri constituency. So kuna Daragwa na Kipipiri. So nataka kuona projects kama hizi ambazo zinapelekwa Daragwa na Kipipiri. So Kipril, sababu wewe ndio engineer wetu wa mitambo, nataka uende, there is a constituency called Daragwa na kuna constituency nyingine inaitwa Kipipiri. Hebu angalia ile miradi wanapeleka huko saa hii.
Wesley, there's nothing. No need of wasting time. Hakuna.
No, you cannot waste time. No, wanasema these projects are not meant to hoodwink people. So if they are not meant to hoodwink people, hata saa hii kule nini kunafaa kukua kukifanywa hiyo maendeleo. Unaitwaje? Kule tumemaliza uchaguzi juzi.
I'll just tell you the truth. Everything that Ruto is doing is blatant. And he knows the weakness of our people. We are very weak.
Yeah,
imagine 20,000 gas thing is you get your gas si mchezo.
Ati Ken Daniels wanasema ati we do not expect democracy in Kenya under Kasongo. Sandri, we will not take my friend, Olkalau inafaa kukua mauano man. We cannot refuse to take Olkalau.
It's happening. Like these are blatant. Okay, let me show you how serious it is. Boats mbili zimenunuliwa.
Who is running those boats? Who is earning with that boat?
So watapata tuma vijana huko, alafu after they've stolen the vote wanatoka hapo mbio. Those boats even will go back to zitachukua Lake Victoria pia. Zaenda huko kudanganya Wajaluo. So you don't even think those things will stay there. The first thing I see is CS. How many PSs were there?
Ni wengi. Nimeona PS wa maji, PS wa fisheries. Sijui fisheries and blue economy. Like those are PSs.
CS Pako Energy. Kipchirchir amekuja.
Hata Kipchirchir nimemuona hapo. Like Olkalau bana ndio.
It's so blatant, and then that's not even the worst bit. The worst bit is actually the ideas imenunuliwa bana boss. It's not a fair game. I'm not saying it at you because I'm giving up or because I'm going for the government.
What scale have they been bought?
The amount of machinery that has been placed in there is so unfair, and it's all negative. It's all evil. How can you fight that? No, Njero, Let's just calculate bana. Wamama wamepatiwa gas.
No, ni watu wa Orokarao tu
Our
wajue tu ya
reasoning, no,
kwamba
no, no,
they are
no,
being
no, no,
bribed.
no, 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 no. Njeru, do not reason. These are the people who voted for Ruto, my friend. Walidanganywa na Ruto. So you expect Kasongo?
Wanafaa kujua hiyo ni peremende wanapewa.
Do you think? So you look what your relatives did in Mbeere North. Walipewa peremende na wakavotia nani? Olkarau is worse than Imurutiki, bana. It's looking bleak, bana. Mi nimeona tu leo nimestuka, bana. I was just shocked. How they're doing those things. Again, the problem with the DCP, they are not publicizing this. What is this? What is this stuff? What mnafanya ni kama ni normal. Your MPs are stupid. Sasa maendeleo zote zinaenda Olkarau, yote zimeenda Olkarau. Olkarau is going to be a city.
10 billion, my friend, like hata Moses Kuria na kwanza wanasema hiyo value. I doubt hiyo tu ni value tu, wanasema tu hivyo tu watu washtuke. 10 billion. Maendeleo inapelekwa 10 billion na hiyo pesa inatolewa from which project? Because saa zingine unajua pia unafaa kujua.
Just think about it. It's not even just 10 billion for whatever they are saying. Pesa imemwaga huko bana. Pesa imemwaga ya taxpayer money. Mtu amemwaga tu kwa constituency mzima tu.
Just to win one constituency.
Hey, manze vitu zimefly. What he just wants to do is just, we're going back to one party state. That's it.
Haya, Gachagua ndiye alimuleta.
These guys don't do anything. You know the problem with our leaders? They're not fighting back. I expect this thing on the news. They're supposed to discuss this every day. They need to go to courts. Hakuna mmoja wao ameongea juu ya kwenda kotini.
They have already given up. Neither to atuambi. So I think they are hoping that Olkarau people, that's what Gachagua always says. Si wanakuja hapo wanatuambia watu wa Olkarau hawatapigia serikali kura. Hivyo ndivyo wanatuambia watakula lakini hawatapigia serikali kura. That's what they have been saying.
They are saying bullshit, bana.
When
I say bullshit, is the fact that the most blatant thing is happening. Wacha mambo ya watu wa Olkarau watapiga kura. Yeah, maybe there's going to be a very high percentage of them who are going to. IDs have been bought. Can you explain that?
Yeah, of course. If IDs are being bought, they needed to come out. I wish they can be able to have a practical way of proving it. So wangeenda kwa koti.
It is the people kwa mtandao. They are being sold 1,500 each.
Seremati anasema UDA candidate should be disqualified if we have IEBC. So how comes?
Let me tell you.
But the opposition should come out strong and talk about those ills in a professional way. Hata Ndegwanjiro simuoni.
Let me tell you, it's similar to World Cup right now. Trump anaenda kusema usitoe red card. It's the same thing. Absolutely the same thing. Well, World Cup inapokuwa hosted alafu Trump anasema red card. That is the same. So that is what IEBC is doing. We are at a very big disadvantage. Hata watu wakienda huko nini naitwaje huko. Can I tell you the truth?
Yes, go ahead.
The one I was just saying, I'm not gonna say it in so much words. Fire with fire. Fire with fire. Moto kwa moto. Protect to protect.
So can this one be saved? Can we rescue it? Can it be rescued?
Goon versus goon. That's all I can say.
Gachagua ashatuambia tunashinda hii. No, of course you cannot wait for IBC to give you anything. Na hii ni IBC ya Ruto anyway. And na sijui kwa nini say like we are hoping that tutatanga. me, I don't know. Anyway.
No, we'll watch. You see, the thing is, Njeru. Olkalau ikienda, si ni kwenda to hiatus. Even you, I think it will be time for you to go hiatus for real. Like, what are we doing?
To go where?
Hiatus, inaitwa hiatus, going on a hiatus. Kunyamaza tu. Because what will we be discussing for the next year? Oh, tutachunga kura, tutafanya hivi.
Hapana, hakuna story ya kuchunga kura ni hawa viongozi. They have to come up with a formula.
That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, let me tell you. Let me ask
Hakuna
you.
mtu atakuchungia kura yako.
Olkalau,
hawa akina Matiang'i, hawa they have to prove. Si Matiang'i alituambia vizuri hapa, wewe utaiba kura zetu.
yeah, but this is the litmus test, my friend. This is the one. Malava tulifinywa Makende. Mbeere North. Huh? Bas, there you go. Hata Ken Daniels anasema hapo. They're going to ferry people with those ideas that we're talking about. It is serious. See jokes. Hmm? We're in big trouble.
So unataka nicheze hii video ama?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want us to discuss the ways of rescuing it. We cannot rescue it.
They say in Africa, you don't send your best warriors to a battle you are winning. You send them to the battle you are terrified of losing. Let me explain.
Hii kazi Kenya, kazi yangu ni ngumu sana. Kuambia watu wajinga waelewi maneno. Unawezaje kupinga maendeleo kama hii sasa jameni?
With the Olkalau by-election scheduled for July 16th, the president has not only sent a campaign team to Nyandarua, but also dispatched what can only be described as a full government invention. In Olkalau right now, you're likely to see more cabinet secretaries, senior government officials, and MPs loyal to the president have been crisscrossing Nyandarua with only one mission of publicizing UDA candidate Mushina to the voters.
Wakenya hapa Olkalau mambo imechacha. Kwa kweli tumekibisha serikali kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa. Ukiona magari vile inapita hapa yote parastatos, ndio hiyo inatoka ku launch boats. Yani hapa tumeletewa kila kitu, jana stima, leo 2 boats. Tumebakisha tu kuletewa Boeing ama rocket. Inaonekana tunaweza letewa hata rocket. Lakini la kushangaza ni kuwa magari ni kama 200 ile inaenda kutafutia candidate wa UDA kura.
Kipril, si huyo ni nani? Si huyo ni wa Muhea and she is an MP. Anasema, so like what should she be saying? Yeah, ni MP, huyu ni MP sasa like hii kushambikia, unasikia sasa yeye anakaa ni kama anashambikia hiyo mambo serikali wanafanya. Unasikia anasema yo like yeah, anasema like what should she be doing beyond this? Like sasa this is evidence like the government is bribing people. At what level do we confirm that the government is doing the wrong thing?
Go do your job in parliament.
Huyu mama ni mbunge, badala ya kukuja hapa kutuonesha kwa kamera, there is no response mechanism they can do. Waende waseme ijui ndio ile tunaitanga ni mnaita quad hiyo quad qui hiyo, so unajua hiyo quad qui it is you want to give me so that I give you ama
na sisi kama watu wa one time tunaelekea same venue pale Mirangine. Sasa tunaenda kuvuta hao, na wame launch 2 boats, yani even a cruise ship is about to come here in Olkalau. Sasa I think we are waiting for Boeing, for rocket, leteni tu, lakini bado ni one time.
The side has also been splashing money into the constituency at a rate that has raised eyebrows even among allies. For instance, Nakuru Town East constituency MP David Kiharia has already acknowledged having spent 1.2 million shillings in a single day in Ol Kalou, and even expressed willingness to spend more to secure a UDA victory.
Kuna mtu yote alifukuzwa, lakini mimi nilikuwa na 50,000 kwa mkutano ya jana. Watu wakajaa. I had to go home and get another 800,000. Jana peke yake hapa kwenu nilitumia 1.2 million. Jana kweli kufukuza mtu. Kuna mtu alifukuzwa kwa mkutano, na nikasema wale ambao wamekuja ambao hawajaalikwa, wakae tu. Lakini tulipoanza tukawaambia, kwa sababu huko umeandikwa, tukae kando na tukamalizana na tukabaki na wale, si namna hiyo? Ndio tukasema aje siku ya leo hatutaenda kwa hiyo mbele na rika, na tukasema leo tutaanza na vijana, kesho tutaenda tulete wamama. Sasa kesho tukiita wamama, vijana watakuja? Hawezi kuja, ndio? Ndio tusikue na ile maneno ilinipata jana, na tukakubaliana ya kwamba kila mtu ambaye amekuja akae na asikize. That one was for yesterday.
And because bribery alone is never romantic enough, the region has also been treated to extra attractions, like government-deployed speedboats meant to boost morale and excitement ahead of the vote.
PS wetu, PS wa blue economy, PS wa irrigation, PS wetu wa stima. Mimi nafikiria hii ni siku ya maana sana hapa. Hatuko hapa tu siasa. Kwa sababu janja haijui mtu ya Oljorok, haijui mtu ya Olkarau, sisi mmoja na hatuna rais wawili. Na hakuna PS wa Oljorok na Olkarau wa blue economy ni moja. Na mimi nimesema hii imeletwa hapa inaitwa fishing boat. Inaitwa nini? Kuna watu wengine nimeona wakiandika ati inaitwa speed boat. Hii kazi Kenya, kazi yangu ni ngumu sana. Kuambia watu wajinga waelewi maneno. Unawezaje kupinga maendeleo kama hii sasa jamani? Imeletwa na huyu msichana mdogo, si mtu hata amefanya hii kazi kabla ya kuchapa hii kazi. Na unajua time is not a renewable resource. Masaa ikienda, imeenda. Ama nyinyi mlikuwa mtoke umaskini lini? Kuna wakati ilikuwa imetajwa kwa Biblia ndio watu wa Olkarau watakuwa kwa maskini. Sisi tukuerevuke na tuchukue ile serikali inaleta. Ilete sasa, ilete kesho, ilete jana. Na niseme hivi, tumekuwa na serikali mingi sana hapa. Hakuna mtu amefikiria watu wa hapa kwa Kiongo. Hakuna mtu ameleta boats hapa. Na sasa wewe, siwacha sisi tulete watu wa Olkarau boats. Wewe kesho ukiwa rais ulete helicopter, kwani kuna shida gani? Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Yani, all of this is happening in Ol Kalou, and none of it happened at this scale anywhere else. And that is the detail that speaks loudest, because Kenya has held other by-elections under this administration. There was Emurua Dikir, which happens to be in the president's broader home turf. There was also Kasipul, and there were others. But none of them received this level of presidential attention. None of them triggered this volume of official deployment, financial generosity, and infrastructure speed running. Only in the central Kenya, that is Ol Kalou and Mbeere North. And that tells you something that Ruto's allies don't want to admit, that without Mount Kenya, the 2027 math doesn't add up.
Mimi nataka niwahakikishie kwamba urafiki ambao mimi niko nao na nyinyi ni urafiki wa kudumu. Mimi nilikuja hapa nikaomba kura zenu. Mnakumbuka? Muliniona nikiomba kura zenu? Si nilikuja hapa Embu nikaomba kura. Nikakuja hapa kanisani nikaomba kura. Nikawaambia mniombe. Si mkanipatia kura zenu ama? Mimi nasikia kuna watu wengine kwa majivuno na kiburi wanasema mimi sijakuja kuomba kura Embu, ati wao ndio waliniombea. Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu wa Embu, mlinipigia kura si ndio? Kwa sababu nilikuja kuomba. Ama si nilikuja kuomba kura hapa? Mkanipatia. Na tulikubaliana vile tutafanya kazi pamoja. So watu watulize boli na kiburi wapunguze, na hiyo madharau wako nayo wapunguze. Mimi nilikuja hapa nikaongea na watu wa Embu, munanijua, munanielewa, na kuna kazi tulikubaliana na nyinyi, na kazi hiyo tulikubaliana na nyinyi ikifika mwaka ujao
kuna statement Ruto akiongea, I usually take it with a pinch. Hawa waache kiburi. Unajua every time when you hear Ruto saying that watu waache kiburi, it is usually a humiliation statement. Juu anajua kuna zile kandi amepanga chini ya meza, because he has decided to use the power of money, and it looks like it's like our people are not able to differentiate that as a voter, the power is that ballot. Your power is that ID, the voting right. What gives you the voting right? Hiyo hapo ndio nguvu yako iko. So, but if we are giving away our voting right, we are just becoming like a sow, where you are selling your birthright, for a plate of food, which doesn't make sense. So the opposition was seriously in the poor position on this election. But now we are losing it, or we might lose it, because of kutaka vitu za kupewa sana, which is not very good. So what I don't understand, and maybe it's also a precedent which maybe oppositions needed to learn, why did they not run a campaign ya kuambia watu wasitokeze wachukue hizo vitu? Why are we not running such a campaign? Wakileta hizo vitu msiende kuchukua, don't get out. I think that is where we failed. I think the opposition has to start reaching a level whereby ukisikia yule mtu wa utaki anakuja kupeana vitu, let's stop this campaign of saying pesa ni yenyu. You are Bwana Mkubwa, you are not okay. Your voice is rattling.
They need to arrest them. That's the thing. They need to be arrested.
Yeah, let me play the other. Wacha nicheze hawa mama.
On keeping up with the Kenya Kwanza government.
Wiki hii ambayo inakuja, watu wa Italy wanakuja
First came the money. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua claims that more than 1 billion Kenyan shillings.
So Rigathi Gachagua claimed 1 billion imepelekwa huko. I think one failure of Rigathi Gachagua was he was supposed to rally people in Orokarau na waambie wachaneni na vitu ya serikali. I think that's how we are now supposed to be running a parallel campaign of anti-taking. Badala sasa ya like the way I was seeing Wanjiko Mohia anashambikia huko kwa sababu watu wanapelekwa vitu, they were supposed to run a campaign, sababu hata hiyo mtungi ya gas, hata kama ni mtungi ya 5500 na unapewa na 1200, and it is blocking you from getting your voting right, what do you do? It's not fair. I think we have to learn now how to handle this story.
Has been poured into Olkalau in recent days, designed to warm hearts and loosen loyalties.
William Ruto amemwaga pesa hapo 1 billion. Pale hakuna hata change ya 1000. Ukinunua chai unalipa na 1000. Hata kama chai ni ya 100 hakuna change. Unaambiwa na ujue hapa hakuna change. Pale ile pesa inatumika ni 1000. Kili moja. Ukitaka bombe moja 1000. Ukitaka chai 1000. Ukitaka mkate 1000. Hata watu wananiuliza si uchaguzi isongezwe iende mpaka Disemba. Sasa mpaka imefika pahali ile constituency jirani wanaanza kuuliza, si Mungu atusaidie, hii mheshimiwa yetu amuchukue ndio Ruto wamwage pesa wapi? Kwa sababu ile pesa iko Olkalau. Watu wametoka Nakuru wamekoboa manyumba, wengine wametoka Nyahururu, wengine wametoka Oljororok, wamechukua manyumba huko. Kila siku vijana naingia bodaboda 4 wanazunguka jioni 1500. Sasa pale lugha ni moja. Huyu Ruto tulimchagua 2022. Hakupatia sisi chochote. Nafasi imepatikana, arudishe mko. Sasa ile ruhusa inatumika pale ni deni ya 2020.
Aya, keep that is Rigathi Gachagua encouraging na saying that hiyo vitu inaletwa ni vitu ya 2022. How do we win? How are we saying that Ruto is coming to bribe people and that is how we are losing the election? Alafu na sisi tunamfungulia hiyo mwanya. You are hearing right there, Gachagua is saying ati 2022 akupeana vitu vizuri, sasa ndio amekuja kupeana. So whose fault is this? If kama sisi we have no capacity to talk to the people the right knowledge. It looks like in Kenya there is no correlationship ya kukula na kutopiga kura. We have to watch. I think we have to watch this. Somebody has told keep your mic is not good. Your mic is not good. Please. Kuna vile unaongea ni kama ina the failure is reason. Aya, now you are good. So Gachagua is here saying nani ameleta Gachagua is saying Ruto amekuja kulipa ndeni. Ama?
No, the citizens should start arresting these people. That is the only way. Arrest them. Arrest. Mtu akikuja na pesa.
But you know Gachagua will come and tell us, don't worry, it is okay. In 2027 hawataweza kupeleka vitu Kenya mzima. 2027
I don't want to hear
they
that
cannot be able to bribe everybody the same time. Ama
Ruto is
hivyo ndio utakuja kutubanganya hapa, mtatuambia msijali, hata kama wamefanya hivyo Orokarao, don't worry, 2027 they cannot be able to do it in the whole of Kenya. They will also be looking for their survival.
We calculated. How much was it? It was about $254 million. Kwani Ruto ana hiyo?
And if that is what you need for a 5-year term where you can go and steal over 100 times, why not use that money?
Yeah.
That one I agree, because kwa nini nisichukue hata, why can't Ruto even use 500 billion to bribe Kenyans apate hiyo miaka 5 extra, na najua hiyo miaka 5 he will steal 100 times of that money.
How much is a billion?
Ni mfanyi biashara.
How much is
already hiyo ndio ashaiba, by the way 500 billion ashaiba hiyo anaweza. So this concept of
how much is a billion?
How much in terms of thousands?
Kenya shillings.
A billion, not $1 billion.
No, how much is a billion Kenya shillings in dollars?
$1 billion in dollars, hiyo ni around 10 million dollars. Around
less than that, bro. Fanya math vizuri.
No, it's around 9 hapo.
Are you sure?
Yeah, ni 9.8. Yeah, so you divide with 120 something.
120 something. Let's just calculate that. So a billion has 8, 9. How many zeros does a billion have?
Ni 10. Ni around $10 million, $9 million hapo.
Hold on a second. Divided by tumefika 120.
Yeah,
it's about 8.3. 8.3.
Yeah, so let me tell you.
So no, wait. So
my friend, bana, lazima tuanzie sasa tactic. We need tactics. Sasa history ya just hey wanaletoa vitu, wanaletoa endeni. Hiyo.
How many voters do we have in Kenya?
weka 22 million. But you don't need 22 million. Just say 22 million over 2, 11 million. You only need a half of those voters.
Hold on. So I'll say money 5,000 to vote each person to bribe.
You don't need to bribe everybody. You just need to bribe.
Let's say
a half of the prison. You know that.
So 10 million are being bribed. Yeah. 10 million times 5,000 is 50 billion.
50
billion.
50 billion.
Yeah. Divided by
123.
123.
Or 120. Just divide by 120.
Yeah, 406. He just needs $406 million. That's it. Kwisha. Done. He's bought himself an election. And you've seen the fools here in Kenya. Sumon. How much has Ruto stolen?
I think Ruto is testing the power of money. So, and maybe Kipril, if I ask you, when you look at it, I will still not call it a shot for Ruto. I still hope Orkarao people can react the right way. I'm just hoping they can react the right way.
That's all we can do.
Half of the population wameuza ID. Hapo sasa ndio nitashtuka. If half of the population wameuza ID, sasa hapo nitashtuka. But I'm hoping that Orkarao people will do the right thing.
So you see, first of all, Rift Valley, let's say Rift Valley, it does not even need to bribe. It's just done. Hapo tu ni kutubulibuli hapo, kututoa huko anasema nimechukua Rift Valley yote. Kwa watu wa maji, the same thing. Those ones have already been brainwashed. You cannot speak to anybody from Lowland that will not state that, and that is not hate speech. Just the truth. Awa akishafanya hivyo, that is done. Then the rest, all he needs is about $200 million, as we calculated before. He just needs to steal 5 million votes. That's it. Nunua hizo ID. Somaliland the same. My friend, we're in trouble. If I don't see any proof.
Hata kuna watu hata wahitaji kubraibiwa. Watu wengine tu wanahitaji tu uende tu wachimbie tu masani pan.
Ulete mablanketi.
Kama huko Northeastern huko, hiyo Northeastern yote you don't need to bribe them. Au tu ni unaenda unawachimbulia tu hizi masani pan.
Both Kalenjin and Kikuyu mamas. Wataletea tu maleso.
Yeah, of course. Wakale wa Kikuyu na Wajaluo. That is the battleground for bribery. Hapo ndio hao ndio wale wanasikianga pesa.
Na Waluya pia. Sorry, hata Waluya. Unaangusha ugali hapo ama unaangusha gorogoro huko wanapisha. Wacha tucheke, let's just laugh at each other.
No. What I'm trying to say now, Bwana Kipril, based on that, we now need and I don't know why, and that's why I think now, I don't know why these politicians, they don't have, unless if they are not in this to win. And we are not in comedy by this. Gachagua has to understand, we are not in comedy.
No, this is his last. No.
See, comedy. This is so they need a strategy now.
This is his last chance. Let me just tell you. This is his last chance. He's been beating his chest. He's been talking big. He's been flaring his nose, showing us he's the man. Sasa tuoneshe wewe ni mwanaume sasa Gachagua. No, I'm being serious now.
No, of course, I cannot forgive Gachagua. If we go down in Orokarao, it will be because of him. I will say it is because of him. If we go down in Orokarao, because hijawahi weze kidogo Kipril, hijawahi tokezea kwa dunia mtu akashindwa in his stronghold. Hijawahi tokezea. That means if we lose in Orokarao, Gachagua has no bragging rights. He should not even come out kwa watu. Because if truly Orokarao is your stronghold, people should be ready to defend it by their lives. If it is your stronghold, na kama hao watu ni kweli wanatupenda hivyo wanatupenda, they should be able to stop Ruto. If Orokarao is our stronghold. So ndio najaribu kusema, and na kuna vile you mobilize people to defend a stronghold. I have been giving those examples here. There are some places hapa Marekani, even if the Republicans are the ones in the government, kuna places they just give up. For instance, Do you think Republicans wanaenda huko Massachusetts kuanzia kuomba kura huko? Even if they are in the State House. Bwana Kipuri, nataka sasa unijibu. Kipuri, are you there? Yeah, nimepoteza. So ndio nasema there's no way in which you can lose your stronghold. Hapa Marekani ni kama vile mademokrat hawawezi enda Mississippi. Ati huko Mississippi na Tennessee huko. Hata mademokrat wakuwa wameshinda kila pahali. There are some places even in the next 100 years. Kuna ma states ambazo they will leave voting for Republican even in the next 100 years. North Dakota, South Dakota, Mississippi. It is known, you need ground, they are called ground zero. Your point of navigation. Na hakuna politician hana point of navigation, and your point of navigation in politics ni ile pahali ambayo people are ready to defend it by tooth by nail. So Orokarao, we have no reason to lose it. Hii hata tusitokezea kwa raia. Ati Orokarao tuanze kusema tumeibiwa sijui nini, watu walibraibiwa. We cannot get out and say that. If it is true that Mount Kenya is our stronghold, we have to energize people in the way they will block any stealing of votes there. And the people can do it. And Wajiko Moi here was doing it very well. Ile kitu hawakufanya ni ile tu angesema hata watu wakikuja kubribe watu hapa wapigwe. That is the only thing they did not do. Hao watu wa serikali walikuwa wanafaa wafukuzwe. Magari ya serikali ikionekana huko inafukuzwa. But this idea of saying that let's welcome these people, ni pesa yetu. Unajua wanakuja na hizo vitu but wanaenda huko wanatafuta wale walevi. Unajua sio kila mtu akili yake iko sawa. So once you allow those government operatives to be in the ground, sasa si wanaanzia mambo ya wanatuonesha ni magas wanaleta, ni matank wanaleta, ni maboats wanaleta, but underground wako na maagents wao wale wananunua ma-ID huko kwa walevi, kwa people who are not good, who are not using their brains well. That is the problem. That is the challenge which we are having here.
Kuna ma WhatsApp group bana. Kuna ma WhatsApp group huko Walkarao. Blatant. Acha nikusomee moja sahi. Ndio ujue ni serious eh.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say.
Ngoja usikie. Nikusomee moja. We have good news, youths under 35 years. We have to register at Madam's chief office. Kindly avail yourself as early as possible. Tangazo njema. Vijana chini ya miaka 35 tushirikiane kujisajili kwa ofisi ya chief wetu huku. Yep, I'm not gonna say the place because it's just going to cause issues. Tafadhali tufanye upesi. So my friend, voter bribery is happening. I mean, IDs are being bought. And I can see so many numbers in this WhatsApp group, my friend. So when I say it's bleak, the way you've said, yeah, stronghold. But you've mentioned a few things that we all know. Drunk people, wamama wanapatiwa gas, wamama wanapatiwa leso, umeona wakidance pale, wamama watapatiwa mablanketi, watapatiwa maunga, watapatiwa maragwe. There are people who are going to be fed the whole month by this whole exercise, as Gachagua has just stated. Some of them will be in so much jubilation and happiness. Oh, unajua serikali imetusaidia. These people don't know the problems they're having right now is because of these people. And you see,
that is why swali kidogo as you speak and maybe usiniambie you're in a more democratic country. Ile county wewe huko, is it a conservative county or a liberal party or a liberal location? Ni swali tu nakuuliza where you are.
Where I live, I've got we're many immigrants here, so it's very liberal.
Oh, it's very liberal. Okay,
Yeah.
so like, what is the history of liberalism there? Like previous elections.
Okay, so no, you see, because we are a small island, yeah. Okay, let me just tell you the history of the UK, yeah.
Not just UK.
No. Just wait. Clear. You've opened a can of worms that I'll tell you. I used to be of the left, yeah. The left's the left's campaigns were very beautiful. This is because I've been here for over 20 years. It was mambo ya wafanyikazi, mambo ya labor, mambo ya free healthcare and stuff like that. Sasa vitu in the last, I think, 10 years things have gone down the toilet. Hapa watu wanapigania vitu za LGBTQ, sijui free Palestine, sijui illegal immigration, a lot of things that I disagree with, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Hii kitu ya kupembelezana na watu. So that is why nowadays I'm a
what I wanted you to
plain
tell me
and
is,
simple.
Like a
So
place. I wanted
pure,
like you identify a place which is completely liberal.
Jana, acha nikumalize. So if you go to big cities, just like the UK, like the US, big cities are young people, vibrant, unataka freedom, all that. Those are traditional labor parties that people are looking for work. That is liberal. Lakini in the villages are conservative people who want to put like there are places that were known as labor before Brexit. Labor, hiyo hata watu wa conservative wanajua hawezi shika hapo. Hiyo hata ukiomba hii wezi hata siku hizi tu wali the last time that
hata ukipeleka bribe huko hawawezi.
Ilikuanga tu, the only time that happened was because of Brexit. After Brexit wakarudi nyumbani. It was just because they were just saying they were punishing the government, but they went back home. They went back to Labour. And that is why Labour won the last election. Kuna mahali hapa hata ukiomba aje conservatives wawezi kubali. This is where billionaires
hata ufanye nini? Yeah, good. That's what I wanted you say.
Hata ukiomba wewe like
hata upeleke billions, hata upeleke Elon Musk huko aseme pesa yake yote anatumia hapo hawezi piga.
It's not possible. The only thing that would happen, like I'll say, I'll give you an example. Let's say Texas was a blue state. No, I'm just giving an example. Texas was a blue state. Na kuambia Trump angekuja kusema kwamba anataka kutengeneza hiyo naitangaje hiyo wall pale na aanze kujenga wall. They will change. There are certain issues that would change a state if it's a big issue that is being accepted by the rest of the country. Do you get the point I'm trying to say?
Go ahead.
Sasa ukiongea, like, let me tell you, yeah. I think people mistake what is happening in cities with what is happening with the rest of the states. Mi nimekuja kuona United States, the unfortunate thing is the loudest cities are the ones people think is the voice of America. Hapo ukiona Bible Belt, ukiona huku ndani huku kwa Ohio, huku mali watu wafanyikazi wako ni ngumu sana wa kutoka red. I can take it to the bank.
Hata uwapelekee nini?
Kuna.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted now you react. The reason why I'm saying that ni hii.
Hata if a guy, wacha nikwambie, mtu wa blue akikuja, like a conservative president, and comes and looks at issues for the people of red states, watapigia kura. Take it to the bank.
Because of they are aligning to the values.
Yes.
But pia kuna kitu ingine, they will also be a bit scared because especially kama sasa sasa unajua we are now having presidents which are veering off. Unajua saa zingine mtu anaweza kuja anasema
hujaelewa. Kuna kitu unaweza sema hapo. Like right now I'll tell you, let me just tell you the truth. Even in red states, mtu akikuja kuimba hapo about healthcare. Kuimba tu, yani imba healthcare. Imba tu hiyo wimbo tu. Wanaweza kupigia kura huko US. Lakini ukikuja hapo useme sijui mambo ya free Palestine, sijui what utachukiwa na US. Ama ukuje kusema sijui ati sijui gender rights sijui
Yeah, of course.
watu
Because
wamechoka,
they
hata hapa tumechoka. Like recently there was a Labour Party mwenye alikuwa anasema you know, I'm talking about the UK. Kulikuwa na mtu amekuja hapo kusema currently one of the health secretaries zamani alikuwa anasema yes, a transgender woman ni mwanamke. Manze siku hizi imekuwa ngumu bana. People are tired of that rhetoric. And I wish I understand. And I'm telling you, yeah, for those people who support the Democratic Party in the US, your party has been hijacked. It has been hijacked. Let me tell you, those are not the values of the left. It has been hijacked by stupid things. Ukiona wale Democrats wa Canada unaweza stuka sana. Wetu wameanza kupona. Wameanza kuona ujinga hii.
Canada ndio kunoma, hata Canada usiongee.
Hapana, Canada wameumia bana huko, those are that country is dead.
No, Canada wamepita Rubicon. Canada will never get the healing. So Canada
as we can heal. US, Europe wameanza kuamka.
Canada will be soon be an extinct country.
Hata hapa Europe wameanza kuamka. They've started waking up. This stuff of being liberal, too liberal instead of taking care about the values of your own countries. Ikuja kujifanya hapa sasa.
No, but you see, they also mix wana mix with also some sweeteners, unasikia sasa there are some very, unasikia wakiongea story ya social welfare sijui nini, so kuna vitu wanaongea very sweet, alafu sasa wanakuwekea hiyo story zingine za hiyo maneno ingine, sasa hadi unaanzia kusema sababu nataka hii, wacha hata hii story ingine tu niende tu nayo tu.
I used to be so against, no, like I'll tell you, yeah. You know, I'm not a big. I used to be so against Trump, and I'm still against him. I think he's a weirdo. But the values of the red people, I've come to understand them. Nimekuja kugundua. Yani mnakuja hapa like watu wa kwanza, watu wenye kutoka Middle East bana, unakuja hapa ukienda mainchi zao me as an African, when I came here, I came to integrate with these people. Nilikuja nafanya mamila zao, nawasikiza, sikuji kuimpose vitu zangu hapa. Lakini wale watu wa Middle East wakikuja hapa wanaanza kufanya mila zao kwa nchi yetu, kwa nchi ya hapa. Alafu naambiwa lazima sheria law ikuje hapa. Mimi saa zingine I think the older I'm getting, the more I'm beginning to understand why some people
inakuanga hivyo. When you are a young person, you want to support stupid things. When you become older, even like in America, conservatives are mostly the people change to be conservative in their.
No, seeing some people who, a woman, there was a black girl who switched. She was saying, unajua sasa vile alikuwa na celebrate mambo. Then sorry to the guys who are getting a bit pissed off, but I have to discuss this kidogo. Kulikuwa na msichana alikuwa amesema after people started celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, unakaa chini unafikiria hata kama ulikuwa unachukia jamaa. I know Charlie was a very he said some statements that were stupid, but why would you wish somebody's death? Then you realize the liberal left has become actually super radical. Watu wanafikirianga ni hawa watu wa red ndio wanakuanga radical. It is just unfortunate there are some racist assholes that attach themselves to the Republican Party. But if you sit with conservative people, they are the most welcoming people. Watu watatoa shati yao kutoka mwili yao kupatie. They're traditionalists. Lakini people see this small little rotten eggs hapo, munafikiria that is the face of the whole conservative stuff. Lakini sasa ukiona population ya blue wanataka kuvunja mavitu anyway, Olkarau turudi huko.
There is something I wanted to say about Olkarau. Bwana Kipril, and you have to support this one, and I don't know to what extent you
don't have to.
Yeah. So, but there's something I wanted to say here. Number one, we have no reason to lose Olkarau. True, of course.
We have every reason. Huh? We have every reason to lose Olkarau. actually said the opposite.
And are reasons justifiable to lose Olkalau? Are reasons justifiable? Like, can we stand in front of people na tuseme tulilose Olkalau sababu ya hii?
Mimi nitakuambia kitu moja eh? As for what I heard from Olkalau, and from what I've been hearing from Gashagwa, from what I've been hearing from Medho, from what I've been hearing from everybody, that there is no chance they're going to steal this thing from us. There is nothing here to fall back kuja kutuambia, oh, walipatiana bribe, oh, walifanya hivi, oh, nini.
So Medho has said it cannot be stolen. Gachagua has said it cannot be stolen.
Yes.
Wamuheya has said it cannot be stolen.
Yes.
Then na wasiwasi ni ya nini?
Haven't we been watching the same videos today? Kwani tumekuwa tukiwatch nini?
Then these are the people who will come to report to us when we lose to Ambiwe. We tell them, you guys, you told us that we cannot lose this election, but it has gone to the other side. Why?
Yes, why? The best thing to do. No, I'm not. By the way, let me tell you, I'm going to go on high haters.
No, by the I would very hard on Gachagua if we lose Olkalau.
Hard on him to what? Then what are you going to be expecting in 2027?
No, if we lose Olkalau, I will be very hard on Gachagua because
but hard on him
we are not strategic. We have to win Olkalau.
Okay, you're going to be hard on him. You've lost
Olkalau. We have to be
hard.
So
what? No. You're not hearing my train of thought. You're hard on Gachagua. Ulipoteza Olkalau, ulitupromise hivi. Then what? Give me a plan. You as Ncheru. Utakuja hapa kutupatia. Would you come and give me strategy? Would you come and give me strategy?
Basi nikueleze now nimekusikia. Number one, it's only a fool who does not learn. Those two critical by-elections which have already happened, there must be an enough lesson which we must have learned by now. Bere and Digil, if we have not learned something on those two by-elections, we should not even be going to Olkalau.
Okay,
number one.
Okay, that's number one. Hold on. Yeah, number one. Yeah, okay, yes. Okay, I'm with your train of thought.
I want to point, if those two by-elections have not told us something, then we should not even be engaging Kenyans on another election. That is number one. Number two,
even the general election. The general election. Wacha nikwambie, kama hawawezani na hii kazi. No, I know you're about to say something. Kama hawawezani na hii kazi, tupatie akina Sifuna. Why will I be listening to
what we are supposed to do? What we are supposed to do and understand is that we cannot win. We cannot lose our stronghold. So I'm not expecting Olkalau. We are losing, and if we are losing Olkalau, it is the beginning of the end for us.
That's what I'm trying to say. What are you going to do after we lose Olkalau? You as Ncheru. I want to hear your train of thought.
No, I don't need to explain what I would expect to be done. It will just show that we are not strategic. And
but you're not answering my question. You're not answering. You're not.
No, I don't need to answer. I don't need to answer that.
Okay, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
If Gachagua want to consult us, atakuja to consult because there are things you can do. These people, we have been giving them free advices and they don't take. So why should we even tell them? So the issue is there is how elections are won. And elections, and this is not a contested election. This is a one-way election. Na naona wino wanasema tuache upuzi.
Kwa nini?
Anasema we stop the nonsense.
What nonsense?
Anyway, I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is that the election, like Olkalau, should be a one-way election. It's not a contested election. Olkalau, I'm not even expecting Ruto to show any muscle. So there must be so many things. So for us to lose Olkalau, so many things have to go wrong. So many things have to go wrong because I'm expecting much of the numbers is ours. So for us to lose Olkalau, so many things have to go wrong. It means, incidentally, nothing we did right. From mobilizing votes, stopping the violence, sensitizing people, protecting the vote if we do it, the candidate, there are so many things. So all I'm hoping is that, and for me, I even said here, my judgment of our impact in 2027 will actually be said by Orokarao. And if we cannot be able to assemble a winning team in Orokarao, I don't see how we can be able to assemble a winning team anywhere to somebody who is stealing election from it. So it looks like we have not learned how to stop a steal. And
Yeah, so that is the question. That is the question I've been trying to allude to you, but you're avoiding it. You're refusing to answer it. You are avoiding it. You're being elusive to it. What is the purpose of you talking every day if we lose Olkarao? Or when it's stolen? What are we going to be discussing?
I don't need to discuss anything. Why? We can call it a deal because that would be a surrender, because that's what I'm telling you. That one should be a surrender, because I don't expect us to lose Orokarao. I don't expect us.
I hope so. Because
and if
that
we
one, I'll tell
Orokarao,
you, can I tell you the truth? I'll concede. I'll concede. Because this is the last chance. Hii ni kuniambia sasa, hii ni kunipimia sasa, unaniambia sasa keep 6 more years of hell.
So na sasa ndio nakwambia sasa, and I hope our akina Medho, they understand that. They understand that this is a make or break.
For everybody. There are a lot of us who are watching this thing.
Yeah, this is a make or break. We cannot afford to lose Orokarao, because how do you even go to people? Hebu nikuulize, hata Gachagua mwenyewe ataenda kwa watu aje kuambia uibiwe mbele. By the way, unajua people are very patient. Unajua by the way, bwana Kipril, ni vile watu wakati tamaa haraka. You tell us, so tukaenda mbele kukatendeka vile kukatendeka. Okay, Emuru wa Digi ndio tulimsamea, because Emuru wa Digi tulisema watu walirudi nyumbani. Kuna uwezekano watu walirudi nyumbani.
So no, that was a good what he stated, what he stated for Emuru Dikir was actually accurate. It was very close. It was amazing. The performance of DCP in Emuru Dikir. That was a very, very good thing. You see, I've not been mentioning Emuru Dikir when I just talk about Mbere North and Malava. I haven't mentioned the Emuru Dikir. You've noticed that? It's because the narrow win that Ruto had in Emuru Dikir, that was a win for us. It means that gave me hope that we can take this. Imagine if Gachagua does that in the rest of my region. That's snatching votes from Ruto. Isn't that a win for us, Njiro? But the way you stated here, that Olkarao ni stronghold ya Gachagua, I don't expect us to lose at all.
Yeah, and I think we need to tell them this commitment. We need to tell Gachagua that kama kuna msaada anataka between now and date 16 from people, including even, I don't know which help they need from people, but he has to make sure we win. We are not telling him to steal the election, because he doesn't need to steal, but he has to know how to stop Ruto steal. Na kama already kura imeibiwa saa hii na wanajua kura itajaa kikapu, because either IDs zimenunuliwa, they are supposed to be doing audit now. Right now, Gachagua should be able to, kama ako na, if he is serious in the ground, they should be able to tell us how many IDs have been bought. Because unajua pia kunaweza kuwa kumenunuliwa ID mingi sana, which actually is a critical number to tilt the election or to balance the election. So right now, I'm expecting Medho, if they are serious people, they should be able to have a rough figure. What's to be the accurate, they should be able to tell. Wanatokezea kwa media wanasema, even as we are going to this election, the government has bought 3,000 IDs. Why are they not petitioning that? Because Kipril, up to now, if Gachagua and Medho and Wamuhea, they are not speaking about IDs kununuliwa, I'm taking it as propaganda. Right? I'm taking it as propaganda, because they are not talking about it. And they are not giving mechanism. Kama Gachagua ajasikia majaona, Who are we to say that ID zinanunuliwa?
Moses Kuria has been doing this for months. I did mention this several times, haven't I?
So then why is our ground team not bringing out this? Have they wale watu Gachagua alisema because naonanga Medho anashindanga huko. Has Medho said ID zinanunuliwa?
No, they've not mentioned it.
So then why should we believe it? See, so according to them, they feel the election is okay. And so if they are not, because ni vibaya sana, unajua mimi kitu ile kidogo mimi naona ile kitu sitachukua ni Medho kukuja hapa kuanzia kusema hiyo uchaguzi tumeshindwa sababu alinunua ID. And you did not give reasons before the election. You know, these people, they have to know what to say before the election and what to say after the election. After the election, you are supposed to talk about the procedure. After the election, you are not supposed to talk about pre-arrangement issues. So kuna zile vitu nafaa kuongea before election na kuna zile vitu nafaa kuongea after election. Sasa during the election unaweza sema watu wetu wamepigwa wakienda kupiga kura, that one makes sense. But during election huwezi anzia kusema they have been buying IDs here for months. That is stupid. So they have also to know how to communicate. Otherwise, if there are some of those things which are already happening in the ground, kura ishanunuliwa yote and there is no enough votes za kushinda uchaguzi, ama zile kura zimebaki ni za Ruto, ama hizo kura na hizo ID zimenunuliwa ama zitaenda kuwekwa kwa. Hebu niambie ID zikinunuliwa, what is the target? Hebu niambie hizo ID
zitatumika about 70,000 residents there, so I don't know how in Olkarao, you know.
So just tell me, after ID imenunuliwa, what is happening to that ID? ID imenunuliwa.
Si then wanaleta mayouth wakuje kutoka other counties to vote on their behalf.
Oh, unapewa hiyo ID sasa.
Ama wale foreign people from other countries wanakuja na vote on behalf, wanalipa. Yeah.
So it's not just to take IDs to destroy them, eh?
No, it's to use to vote.
So na after imepiga kura, finally utarudishiwa after uchaguzi. Is that what you mean?
So unaenda kusema imepotea. Unapata ingine. They don't mind replacing it. They might even keep it for the general election. Umeuza ID yako, you don't need it.
Okay. Ken Daniels wanasema watajaza kura kinasudi for real. So then na hizi kura zinajazangwa tukiwa wapi? Unajua mimi hii ndio ile story sijaijua.
Si tukipatiwa kipindi na kina Gachagua tu.
Tunapewa our stronghold kura inajazwa. Ai, my friend bana. Unajua bwana,
sometimes you act naive bana.
No, I'm not naive because I've seen elections in stronghold. It is impossible to steal an election in a stronghold. It's impossible. Unless if you are not serious.
Who says it's DCP stronghold? Is an Olkarao a UDA stronghold?
No, we pre-assume it's a DCP stronghold.
You cannot pre-assume it. It's a UDA stronghold. Mulipigia huo mtu kura. Yes.
I doubt. So unataka kuniambia watu wa Olkarao bado wanapenda UDA?
Then that is the thing. That is the argument they're going to have because they voted for this guy. It's a stronghold.
So now you want to say that they want to prove that still it is their stronghold.
Exactly.
So you want to say?
Let's talk facts. Let's talk facts.
I'm taking it. So according to you, unataka kuniambia I should not take Olkarao as a DCP stronghold. Hivyo ndio unasema?
No, it is a DCP stronghold. That is logically from what we talk. Actually, the whole of Kenya is not a UDA stronghold. But according to the logic of these people who will use it as proof in courts, beyond reasonable doubt, nimekuja kugundua like we live in changing Kenya is not in our lifetime. Even my dad said, hii hata wewe.
So
It's
Kipri,
for
in
my
other words, unasema we give up. Okay, let me
No,
see what Jane Muthoni is saying.
after Olkarau. No, I'm just saying after Olkarau, I'll be quiet for a very long time. That I can tell you the truth. Because what am I coming to discuss here? Unless I'm coming for entertainment. I've waited this long for Olkarau because the one that I was really relying on at that point in time was actually Mbere, not even Malava. Mbere, kuja kutufanyia hivyo Mbere, Mbere North. Huh?
Yeah, you see,
I don't know if it was me alone, but I was seriously affected by Mbere
so
North.
Jane anasema pia
Serious.
tuburemu wananchi. So sasa naye huyu mwananchi ambaye sasa so hao wananchi ambao pia wanafanya hizi vitu wanafanya hawajaona ile mashida Kasongo ametupitishia, ama like bwana Kiprile, ama mnataka tuseme sasa vile baba alikuwa anasema Wakenya bado hawajaumia, Wakenya wakiumia, you want to tell me Wakenya bado hawajaumia? They can still afford easy games za Ruto.
People like me and you are still sending money home. Other people in Nairobi are still supporting people in the villages. So hata waski, they're not here.
So bado watu so sisi ndio tuko na shida na Kasongo, watu wako sawa.
Wako sawa tu. Watu watakupigia simu, nitumie 200 bob, tumie 200, nitumie kidogo, naenda kununua gorogoro moja ama mbili hapo ya mahindi.
So then let me ask you a question. Then let me ask you a question.
Actually,
so,
nowadays in the villages where I live, I don't
so
give money.
when
I
Gachagua is
asked them,
telling us,
ukitaka hiyo pesa enda uliza Ruto. Lakini Ruto amenifanyia vibaya, lakini utampigia kura bado. Alafu ananiambia hapana, ni kweli, lakini unajua tuliagana ni 10, Ruto Uhuru 10, Ruto. That's stupid mentality. That when a man is in power, it's the whole tribe.
ndio nauliza.
And then there's also that hate. There's that hate from other tribes. YouTube, this is general talk about tribalism. Other people from other tribes would want to do revenge on other tribe. It's the same thing that we saw in 2022 when Kikuyus refused to vote for Raila. And then now the Luo community is doing a revenge. Now, if you look at both communities, wanaumia kwa sababu ya hiyo kitu. Then my community we have to have a challenge in power because it makes us proud. President ni Mkale, yeah. I don't know what the Luya community, Kamba community, the coastal region think. That I'll tell you, the 3 communities that are ruining Kenyan politics are Kalenjins, Kikuyus, and Luos. Afadhali wa Luya. I'll tell you, Luyas at least, they're all over the place. And I'll tell you, they're the most, at least actually they're the most reasonable community when it comes to elections. Do you agree with me there?
Yeah, that's true.
Luyas, hakuna kitu utakuja kusema, they are ODM people, they are Ford people, they are DAP people, they are Kanu people, they are everywhere. But then when it comes to the Kalenjins, the Kikuyus and Luos, we just dunderheads. And let me tell you the truth. The worst thing is the 3 communities don't trust each other. If you notice that. Mkikuyu trust Mjaluo. Mjaluo trust Mkikuyu. Mkale trust Mkikuyu. Mkikuyu trust Mkale. Only 2 that are actually agreeing is just the Luo and the Kalenjin.
Because somehow they believe that they can do bad things to each other, right?
Yeah. Just go into a village. Trust me, go into a village, yeah? Outside how we talk here on the show, because us we're mature people. In the villages, you'll hear how bad they talk about the other tribes. They never talk bad about Luos. That one I can take you to the bank. But trust me, in the villages, hear negativity about the people from the mountain. Like sometimes I'm just surprised, and I'm sure even you guys. Hey, Mukale apana siwezi. Hey, Kale, hey, I'm Jalu. Oh, tribalism, epic, stupid, very stupid. And the worst thing is, it is actually fueled by who? Politicians. Politicians will fuel that that hate. Ruto loves this. He loves it. Hii ni nini umetumia?
Hiyo ni yangu na wewe, wacha mambo mingi. Wewe wacha.
Sijaona, nitoe.
Usitoe, lakini wewe tu, hiyo tu ni yako, wewe tu toa tu. Hiyo ni yangu na wewe.
Mkacha nitoe basi kwa hapa. Ngoja nione. Kumbe ni secret. Ngoja. Karibu tuweke vitu fani ngoja.
Do you realize that in Orokarao one cannot find a single
Njeru lazima unichukue hapa bana. If I ever visit America nataka kuonja hii. Nataka hii. How is it? It looks like fun. Looks like fun. I've always said this is what I want to do. Kuja US.
Okay.
When I come to US, this is utanichukua kwa hii. That looks like fun. Hi, boss. I'm jealous.
I always do that over the weekend.
I'm jealous. Hapo ni sikudanganya, I'm jealous. Sasa unanionyesha nini hapo bana? Kwenda. I'm super jealous. I wish it was here.
Do you realize that in Orokarao one cannot find a single room to rent? Who are these people who suddenly have relocated to this region? Then Kuria says Ruto has uplifted the area now in high demand. Noma sana. So kumaanisha kuna watu wanalipiwa manyumba huko mpaka siku ya uchaguzi. Unalipiwa nyumba ulale huko mpaka siku ya uchaguzi. Na pia nilikuwa nikisikia kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati pia ati wamama huko watu watapata mamimba sana. Sijui kama Kipuri ulisikia story? Ati Orokarao wa mama ati kama kuna mama anapata mimba za hiyo Orokarao, wazee atuwafanye DNA, kuna uwezekano ati hao watoto hawatakuwa waniwa wazee.
It's only you Bantus who do those DNA.
No, I had that one, like watu walikuwa wanasema the movement of traffic in Orokarao is not normal. Anyway.
But you know what I mean, bro. Mimi kusema ukweli, after all Karao, if it's negative, wenda kuja hapa kwa hiyo show siku hiyo tuongee, alafu niseme tu give me till next year bana. Nipone bana. Mbere ili ni affect bana, bro. Mbere North affected me very badly. Nisema sasa hii ni nini? This guy is blatantly stealing Mbere North. The people don't even want to see that MP. Ask Stone PK. Nobody wants to see that guy. Karibu, he cussed at his own people. I don't know if I can find that video. He cussed at them.
Ni video gani? Kuna mtu anasema tusicheze video za Ruto hapa ati ni. Anyway, we know Ruto is a bad man, so sifikiri hata kama video yake ikichezwa hapa. So Kipuri, hebu nikuulize kidogo about Gachagua.
You cannot say that, my friend, but we are warned by YouTube.
About what?
Ati kuchukia Ruto.
Wachana na yeye. So repeatedly, hearing Ruto clips is advancing his agenda. I don't think we are advancing his agenda. So kuna swali nilikuwa nikitaka kuuliza about so Bwana Kipril, let's assume that okay, let me say it in two ways because I still don't believe that we are supposed to lose Orokarao. So let me say it in two ways. How do you think Orokarao is going to boost us if we win it? And if we lose it, what do you think is going to happen? Can you discuss those two scenarios?
If we lose it, people like me will lose a lot of hope in 2027. Unless Sifuna does something magical. Because the amount of reaffirmation that Gachagua gave us, unajua kuna ile kitu inaitwa overpromising. Like he's overpromised. This is actually to show us what this united opposition is going to do. Kama tunaweza chapwa na tuko sisi wote hivi na Ruto tutandikwe hivyo, what are we wasting our time for? Tumpatie tu kiti aende akae na we'll continue with our lives. Otherwise, what I'm trying to tell you, Njeru, you'll keep getting psychologically hurt. Utakuwa unakaa hivyo unasema oh sijui nini. Me, I'll tell you the truth. Mi ikifika hivi, mimi tu ni maisha yangu na familia yangu peke yangu. I will not care about any Kenya because you're not going to fight for yourselves. Me, hiyo siku I'll just be talking to my accountant. Oh, wanatufinya aje kwa tax this year? Oh, wameongeza hii kitu. Oh, okay. Okay, what do we do for those things of the taxes? Oh, nafaa kufanya hivi. Mimi tu nasema hiyo, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give God what belongs to God. That is how my attitude is going to be as from 2027. Mtu akuje kuniambia, oh, there was an MP here. Oh, okay, sawa. Watching news will be difficult. I'll be watching other things. I'll be like my wife. Yeah, pendangi siasa. Inakaa hivyo tu. Ama wewe utaendelea na siasa? Njiru.
I will continue with the politics in another way.
Wewe utakuwa hapo tu vitu za huko US, you run for a seat there, my friend. Are you allowed to run?
Yeah, not for now. But wewe
No, as a resident. No, as a resident.
No. But wewe umeona ile mambo mimi najipanga bwana.
No, I like it bwana. No, Njeru, that is the thing. Hata hapo you nimekusupport hapo. Hiyo kitu bwana. You continue the life and enjoy such things. Because let me tell you, kama unasaidia kusukuma punda kwa mteremko aje bana. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so like
unasukuma aje punda kwa mteremko na ni rahisi bana. So that's the thing. It's like today. I hope you did not watch Sabasaba because it was a waste of time.
So what happened to Sabasaba? You can tell us.
I did not watch it because no. Like I said, it was a waste of time. First of all, like I said before, like I said last week, there's no need of going for protest anymore. People are getting killed. Police wanna act in impunity. Mimi narudi tu hizo siku za 90s. Live life as a briber. Shikwa na polisi unatoa hongo na story naisha hivyo. That is how you're going to live your life. Because there's no other way.
Whoever alipea Ruto power ataregret kama kitu ingine.
Si alikufa. Si alikufa. Wote wawili.
Whoever who gave Ruto power is an enemy to the people.
Haven't you heard what I've said? Wote wawili walikufa.
Nani? Najua mmoja.
Raila na nani? Na Chebukati. Ask me how Raila.
Of course Raila yu wakati wa Gen Z. Yu wakati wa Gen Z. Raila Odinga wewe.
Yeah. So both of them are dead.
Raila alikosea hii ulimwengu sana.
You just show me the carpet again. Oh my God.
You know what, Kipril, unajua ni vile hatuna fighter, unfortunately.
We have Sifuna.
To win an election is so simple. It's only that we don't have a fighter. It's not that these elections are not winnable. Elections are winnable even for a dictator. Elections have been won. Like, I don't know, but
no, Jeru, I'll advise you. I'd advise you. I know my brother Alex was caning you last night. Huh? If you feel exhausted, me nitachoka. I have not seen my sister Julia. The person that made the person that is also encouraging me to go through this path is somebody that has had peace for the last 2 years. After the election, alizima hiyo kitu akasema achana nayo, and he came just the other day, and I really like his path. Makiadi moved on, because I'll tell you, another thing that is disappointing is some of the freedom fighters we are with back in the day walikuja wakakuchoma huku mgongo. It's not like I was not friends with Leo. It's not like I was not friends with Makiadi. Not Makiadi, sorry. Makiadi is still a good friend. It's not like I was not friends with Ayaga. It's not like I was not friends with what's his name? What's the name of these two clowns? What are their names? Temba na ule mwingine anaitwaje huyo? The Luya guy that lives in Machakos. Those people I just came to realize sometimes we come and talk sense here. Then common sense does not common sense. Unakuja kuniambia hapa Wekesa, exactly. Wekesa tulikuwa tunakaa hivi na Wekesa na Temba.
Kipril,
some intellectual discussions, yeah. Sometimes tulikuwa sorry.
Ngojea kidogo, nataka uniambie hawa watu nani aliwatoa hii celebration, because there was a serious celebration.
You know what happened that night?
Tulia.
I'm coming back.
Hao watu walikuwa na celebrate wapi?
Ground. It was a telling ground. Let me tell you where Raila was.
Na
Mjamaa alipewa chupa. Raila alikuwa ameenda kunywa chupa huko na nani na Uhuru. Martha on the other hand is trying to call. Amepiga simu anauliza sasa mko wapi bana? We need to prepare for these things.
Hapo ndio uchaguzi. Unaona hapo? Hii celebration ingetoka nje, tuambiwe watu wa Mbuko Kisumu mutoke, sijui hapa.
So mjamaa alikuwa anakunywa bana. The guy was drinking.
Na watu wana celebrate nini? Unajua nataka what is making them to celebrate? Unajua mimi nataka Kipriru niambie
we had surpassed the threshold to announce. It's just like the US. Unapatanga hata kura ijaisha, somebody concedes. Anasema, oh, okay, ni hivyo. Sasa all of a sudden, this guy's digits start tripling, bana. His counts start tripling. My friend, I'll tell you, that should have been announced, that should have been bullish, and that is what I'm expecting in Ol Karau. Ol Karau walileta system. Wakatuonesha ma screens. Wakatuonesha voter registration kutoka huko Ol Karau. People who registered to DCP. They showed us all that might of DCP. If they do not do what you just saw in that video and make the residents show that might that they have won, wachana naye. Because let me tell you, if Gachagua bulldozes this, meaning that every single polling station has somebody that is counting those votes, making sure hakuna kitu hapa wa kuchapwa hapo where he needs to have might there bana. Me, I'll tell you, can I just say the truth? Leta guns wako pia wewe. You cannot be bulldozed in your own county. Then I will know, Gachagua, wewe ni mwanaume. Wewe ni ndume. Wewe ndio mwenyewe. Hapa tunaoneshwa vitu hapa, tunaona mabikes, tunaona manini,
whoever made Ruto president araniwe.
So amekufa, I've just told you they're both dead. Because Raila is to blame here. Because every time we went for mandamanos, Martha was telling me, this guy used to disappear. Aenda kudisappear kwenda kuongea nao. And the same with that baba yetu Kalonzo. They go, they're going to negotiate stuff. Well, ODM people, Azimio people are being killed. There was a point in time, watch a mambo ya Gen Z, you guys are forgetting. There was a time as ODM, as Azimio people, we are almost reaching State House, my friend. As Azimio. We were this close. Now, even the hope of doing civil disobedience. What are we talking about here?
Wacha tupe Mbudi nafasi kidogo aongee. Unaona ako na maringo mingi, anaingia akitoka. Haya Mbudi, how are you? Karibu. And it's okay kuringa. Sijasema ni vibaya.
No.
Go ahead.
Don't accuse me of what I don't do. I come here with my data, my brain. So hiyo maneno yako ati unaringa, utafanya nitairishe kichwa, nywele na yote ambayo naweza tairisha kwako.
Aya, go ahead. Sasa najua hiyo video ya watu wa celebrate baba, najua hiyo ndio imekuinvoke.
No. Those are petty things that cannot bring me happy. Those are they don't worry. You started the show by ranting again. You know, your problem is just you don't focus. Ol Karau is gone. Take it to the bank. 100%. It's gone. It is gone. There's nothing you guys can do. It is gone and gone and gone. Take it to the bank.
Ol Karau is gone and gone and gone.
It's gone, Jiru. Weka $5,000 hapo. If I was with you right on my face, I would put 5,000, work 5,000, and I'll be glad knowing I'm taking that money. The reason is this. We have seen, the reason is this. We underestimate what you've been indoctrinated since 2007. We underestimate, you think ile tabia ambayo mulifunzwa from 2007 mpaka sasa, munaweza endelea kufanya ujinga naye. And you're not looking, it is not only a crossroad for the country, but also as a community and also as a people. Now, I don't know if you have watched the latest video, yeah, the bold, because I saw it earlier, it was surfacing for easy videos, the WhatsApp, because we have been dealing with the issue of the goons and Keumbu and how house to house fishing of the goons. So everybody has been sending pictures of anybody suspected to be goons in Kisii to that WhatsApp group, and we are going house to house. But then again, that clip started surfacing in some of the WhatsApp that we had. And one of the concerns people are having is in 3 places, a very prominent individual, but right now he doesn't speak most of the time. He works in the background ya Ruto. Ako kwa meeting, ana convince watu, anawauliza. And I want to pay attention, mujue how our past mistakes, political mistakes that helped us come to power, are coming to eat us now. And I want you to put that clip there so that you can know that until we go back and honestly repent and have truth and reconciliation committee within ourselves and say, look, it might have helped us, but now it is eating us. Akawauliza vizuri, nyinyi hapa mountain, mukienda kupiga kura, mumai ulizwa ID? Hapana. Si munaenda munapiga tu ID, the only thing you need to show the community mulipiga kura ni kuonyesha kidole? Ndio. Do you need an ID in the mountain to vote? Hapana. A very dangerous president. No, hold on, Hero. Don't rush too fast.
Okay.
A very dangerous president, because if that is true, now I take it as an hypothesis because it is being said openly, not one place, not 2 places, 3 places. Then, if that is true, hata mkuje nyinyi wote, what makes me not to bring people from Kabarnet, nilete huko, they don't need ID, and they vote and they go? If that is what has been happening previously. Kwani kuleta watu kutoka nje tanishinda?
Kuweka kwa mahoteli, hata timu ametuambia hapa ati watu wamewekwa kwa mahoteli
Wamewekwa, tumeona zimejaa. People are paying hoteli ambayo ilikuanga 500, people are paying 5,000. Watu wanapewa gas cylinders openly. Unapewa gas cylinder, nyumba moja, gas cylinder karibu 3, 4. Now, unajua, Stone Picker has told us this before, and we used to think, maybe we are going to overcome it. Maybe we are going to overcome it. It's a high time. It's a high time. And I know people are going to beat me on this, Nikisema. It's a high time. Wakikuyu, with their proximity and love of money, to part ways. Otherwise, they are going to suffer for generations to come. Huwezi enda kununuliwa tu huko for a by-election. Mutungi ya 5,000, you forget you are going to be sick. Share doesn't work. Loans don't work anymore. Unaona, 2 years down the road, school fees, the universities, help is not being dispatched, I mean. All this, we forget. As if we are in just a political ovulation during the by-election. We forget everything. We forget the past, we forget the future, we forget we have children, we forget we will be sick, we forget we have a country, we forget what this person has done. Mtungi ya gas unachukua unapeana hivi. Njiru, it is happening. Let us not be in denial. The efforts they are putting is that Ruto knows I can still buy this. Every Kenyan has a price. Yes, we've done our part. We have mobilized. We have done everything. You know that everybody wants DCP to win. We saw how people came out when we were looking for a nominee for DCP. But what has happened after that until today? We also need to acknowledge and recognize the efforts, the subtle efforts these people are putting. Are they yielding? Are they truly yielding? I can tell you for a guarantee, if we are not going to stop this nonsense, we go out there and say this election is not happening. Because if we allow it to happen, the Malava issue will happen, the Mbere, all. I mean, if there is any time that Ruto wants to embarrass Gachagua, it is to this Olkarao issue. And Ruto is not like Uhuru. Ruto is not like Kibaki. Ruto is not like the past president. Ruto is not like even Moi. Moi would have allowed even Raila actually to win Kibera. Yani Langata. Ruto is a different animal. I swear to you.
Kuna mtu anasema hapa ati Ruto angekuwa president 202 ati Kibaki angeonea hiyo uongozi view sasa.
I mean, the way that guy hated the Kikuyu community, if you know what the state of Kenya, when he became the assistant minister for internal security, he was the de facto minister for internal security. For the brief time Ruto became, that is when Moi understood who Ruto was. And he swore and he said, this man should never become a president in this country. That is when actually Moi decided and said, this man. You know, these are the things we speak here. Sometimes we put politics aside and say, no, for the sake, even if we are in this coalition, let us stop and think. Remember how I personally, I was ODM dumb, but when it came to Simbarati, I cried. Nobody will listen. Nobody.
Na sasa na nani atatusikiliza? We just come here, we say our nice words and we go away. I remember you cried,
but we can't. My friend came here and said we'd rather be like Makiadi than be like Bundi, who is still agitating for the people. Makiadi was good. He went and rested. That's what Kip just said here. The journey ambayo tuko, if we keep on making steps and go back and rest, we are going to come back at where we left, or even go back to even agitate. The animal we are having called Ruto. And I'm telling you, there's a chance of career that, you can say now, me, I've parted way with Gachagua. I'm here. Like, those are the games that Ruto likes. The moment he sees that any factionalism, kidogo tu hivi, it's going to benefit him. Kuna mchezo ingine sahi tunacheza kule Kisii. Ati sasa tunakaribisha Murara Kebaso wapi? You know what this man is. Nimeiona hiyo mchezo ikifanyika kwetu kule. And I'm telling people, wachana hii ujinga. This boy, amekula is swollen. So I think Olkarau, has been taken because leaders underestimated Kipipiri experiment. They thought the Kipipiri experiment is going to happen again. But I think these people have studied power so well that you make an electorate a pauper, like a servant, to a point that when you bring food on the table, they don't negotiate. They eat without a doubt. And I think walimaliza the status of how and the pride of a Kikuyu man and a woman. As long as we have lived in this country, we knew that there were people who were honestly hardworking and they could bring food on the table. And for them to be bought wasn't that very easy. They could eat the money and go. But look at the crop of what we have right now. They are not only bought, but they are being used as goons. And that is the problem we are also having in Kisii right now. That for the first time we have had our own children being bought to beat other people effectively. And we have said, no, we have now to flash from house to house to house. Put politics aside, a goon is a goon. And I think it has to get a point whereby the Kikuyu nation has to come into its own meeting and they ask themselves, apart from politics, as a people, yes, one or two people will benefit. But if this guy wins the second term, where are we going to be? And if people will not have that cathedral thinking to project in a vision and understand, as a community, you are the people who are the most a threat to Ruto, and therefore he has to deal with you because he has already detonated the Luo community. So the force and the brute that he will want to use will not be against the Luos anymore. For them, it will be divide and rule. But for the Kikuyus, he will make sure that since he wants to go past 2032, what does he do to the Kikuyu community? Because for him, he has projected way beyond. So when unaweza fikiria Ruto is thinking about 2027. No, the reason why we must win 2027 because this guy must extend himself after 2027. And in extending that, he must deal with the Kikuyu nation thoroughly. Or you guys don't see that? Anyway, keep. For me, I have made my analysis. If things go this week the way tunaona Olkarau, we better accept that we have lost.
Me too.
If anything we must do is to fish out, make sure we say this uchaguzi itakuwa. The moment you accept to go to an election where the referee is already compromised, institutional and constitutional instruments don't favor you even 0%. So
yeah, so Bonambudi, Jay is disagreeing with us a little bit on Jubilee losing. Jay is saying, it's just I want you to react to her. Or Kalau is going to DCP, take that to the bank. People have refused to buy to Udaku tactics, not unless they lock everyone at home not to vote. It's not embedded. We will come back here to discuss. Then akasema tena, what are you basing your argument on? Did you see the UDA rally and the DCP one? People went, received money from Udaku, immediately went to DCP rally. Don't waste your time, or Okawa will teach them a lesson. Nje, there is something which I also want you to put into arithmetic.
See,
what about how
hold on. The problem is, Nje is of the vision. I know this guy voted for Ruto. Eh? These guys are of the opinion of closed-minded. One view we had when we were with Azimio, where we thought, remember when we used to talk about tukona deep state, we have deep state. So much convinced by Ruto, by Uhuru and Raila, and everybody convinced us we have the state, we have this, it's impossible to steal. completely convinced without stepping aside and actually looking at the holes we have. Here, it's actually in your face, in a kuonesha hapo live. Nothing has been done to the people who are selling IDs. See, I've just put Robamen to be at the bold up on the makeup. Number 2, gas cylinders, 20,000 out of 70,000 voters. Maragwe zimeletwa, mchele zimeletwa. The town's economy is growing. When I say it's growing, money is circulating in Olkarao like a nonsense. Medho was showing us. Medho alikuwa anatuonesha there's money circulating uko kwenu. And you know the problem with people is you're so close-minded by speeches that politicians are giving you rather than looking at reality. Reality on the ground is what you see that you don't speak of. Mnaogopa kuongea. Kama IDs imenunulia. Kama wageni umekuja constituency yako. Kama IBC ni ya Ruto. Kama, just look at the list. The list of things that have happened. Kama Umurdiki tulikanyagwa, Malava tumekanyagwa, Mbere Noto tumekanyagwa. What more evidence do you want to tell me that Olkarao is different? Oh, it's a stronghold. I tried to ask Njero, how is it a stronghold? Because we say so? Ruto has evidence that he stole that area and it's his. So, Nje, I know these are those people who believe elections are free and fair. Yani, they have this idea in their head. I'm sorry to put you there on the spot, Nje. You have this idea in your head that all you have to do is stay in a polling station na kura yako itachungwa. Do you know who Ruto is? Do you know who Chirchir is? Chirchir was seen in Olkarao leo tu. So I have to throw away that statement. Unless some form of miracle happens in Olkarao, my friend. Gachagua amenyamaza. He's kept quiet for a while. I don't know what happened to his energy. Matusi hivi, but my friend, Matusi is not going to take us anywhere now. Now the proof is in the pudding now. It's how many days to go? 10 more days to go. And we
feel on the same note, if you are keen, because one of the things that for me I was even more keen on the mockery and the jokery we had during the petition of Wamudende and Mbere in the courts. Everything showed the illegality. Everything. You could believe it that the next day we are going to overturn and we are going back to a by-election. You saw what happened. These goons, Jews, wamepiga watu kiumbu. They went to court. Their files were missing. The next day in the morning, a call came from State House and said they should be released. And the only reason they were not released, not because State House did not say that, is because the people who are outside say release them. And not only will they die, but the people released them. Now we are going to prison to release everybody. And they kept them until today. You can see the tactics that Ruto does, uses over and over. And we want to act as if that we are not seeing it, that now we have seen, we have put the buffers. I would like to see everybody, Sifuna, Amisi, Boni Halwale, all these people, if they are serious as a united front, including this Matiang'i, in the next few days, 1 week, nobody should be sleeping in their homes and telling us all those nonsense. They must be sleeping there. If not so, let us say that, look, nobody should die ever again for anybody. Let the man rule because you have refused to work with the energy we have. That is what I'm saying. Ruto has already taken this thing, but it can be overturned. We can say enough is enough. We can go there as a united front and say we are not sleeping anymore.
So let me ask a question, because there are people who believe, like Jay, or Kalau people will practice their real democratic right and reject everything that Ruto has brought. And
It's so funny the way Njai is talking.
One
Njai
minute,
is
and to some extent, they will even be able to
some of
repair.
your comment.
Yanani?
Some of your kitu ya Njai, ati Mbere voters voted by Tumbo and Planism. Let's be honest, they are hungry people and easily lied to. Like, honestly speaking, Njai, kwani Olkarao is how special? Njai,
Orokarao ni the constituency ya viazi, watu wako na chakula. That's what some people are saying. Orokarao ni watu wameshiba.
it's not about Olkarao people. The problem is the ferried voters. If was all about the locals, we would have taken Bere, Mwardiki, Malava. If not, that one is okay. That one is a good statement. But I'm still thinking with Nje. Utakuja kuchapwa butwa twa. I'm telling you, these are those people who I've been watching a lot of Kikuyus on TikTok, and the amount of confidence that your people have with Gachagua winning Mbere, with winning Olkarao is delusional. I'm sorry. There is not a single doubt that it's going to be taken. You know, I rather eat my socks. Aki tukishinda Olkarao, I'll be dancing. Kwanza nitakuwa nakuja show kila siku. But the amount of machinery, yani unaona mpaka barabara inatengenezwa live ukiona hapo.
Uliona transformers zinatolewa Mbere live. Transformers zinangolewa Mbere live. Miti ya electricity. Already how many people wameweka, not promising, wamekewa electricity. Na unapeana ID. The IDs have been taken, bwana. We are not talking about something that we are going to take away. We are talking about an election that is finished. We are not, my friend, the only thing we can do is to go there and ask in the lines and see how many people come there to vote, so that when the result comes, somehow watu wengine wametokezea wapi. But if the United Front does not go and do the necessary, by all necessary means, mutapata some weird results mpaka mutashanga. People have voluntarily given their IDs. Nobody has forced them.
Hata Alex nacheka hapa. The amount
Angalia hiyo kitu ya bold kwanza. People are giving out their IDs.
Hiyo video ya board ni alini, ni ale ama ni ya jana?
Ni leo iko hapo tu, nimekuuploadia.
Okay, sawa. Wacha tuicheze. Akeshi ya karibu.
Alex. Ngoja Alex.
Wacha tuone ni sawa.
Ngoja. I'm talking to Alex. Alex, the amount of reassurance tulikuwa nayo huko Mbere North. How reassured were we? Back at
Rigathi told us, and I will take care of the votes. And I think that is where his problem with Njiru started. The assurance that Njiru had.
We had our brother hapo Stone PK had people on the ground. Walivunjwa bana. His people were hurt. Alafu unaniambia hapa there's a difference between Olkarao and Cheza Bold too. I cannot believe it. Cheza Bold.
Okay.
Make sure umeruka hiyo hapo. Mahali huyo kijana ni mgonjwa, weka tu mahali ya Olkarao. Just usiweke yote.
Yeah. Clinic there. Now, what radiology kindly. Nizafurahia sana. Tutashukuru sana. Kawira and the team will be.
Ama tuulizane maswali, ama hivi vijana pengine hamjawahi piga kura, lakini niulize nani alipiga kura mwaka jana 2022? Hapo ulipiga kura sivyo? Kuna kitambulisho ilikuwa inaitishwa? Hakuna kitambulisho ilikuwa ikiitishwa. Tutulie. Mimi nauliza kuna kitambulisho ilikuwa ikiitishwa bana, mtu alikuwa na kwa kupiga hakuna kupiga kura, mtu alikuwa akifanya nini? Kidole unaweka kidole, unaweka nini? Kidole hivi, unaweka hivi. Na nyinyi vijana ndio mnijibu, kama ID haitishwi unatumia kidole, alafu mnasema ati watu wanaitisha ID wakaide kura. Kuna kidole ya mtu itakatwa, alafu mimi naenda nikawekelea, itawezekana? Haiwezekani. Ni lazima wewe mwenyewe ufike ujiwekee kidole. Hakuna ID, hautaitishwa ID na hautaitishwa hata ile kadi ya kura. Na kuskani ya nini? Ya kuskani ya nini?
David Gikaria, the Nakuru East Member of Parliament, is saying that those locals there, and is telling the locals that the national ID in the voting, they don't need the national ID. No, and that is why the government is telling the residents, and those UDMPs are telling the residents to surrender their IDs. Why? Why? They are feeling the heat in all Kalau. And today there was a video of this mzee who is saying that they were told to hand over their IDs. They are demanding IDs, 1,500, and so that you get the gas. Unakumbuka ile gas ilikuwa inasemekana inapeanwa free? No.
Ate ugiugire gas. Uthi na kibandi. Na basha cia thimu. Ucoke rute na matano. Iyo ni kuheo kweli.
Uruko yo murayo.
Ziko ya renda kuiya. Izo tiwici nimenyire tene.
Na ndo maretekera.
Ndiwe maretekera ni ndiamenya ni acio kwaja. Mati maundu maramenya ngiri na matano.
Ngore na ngiri na matano.
Nigetho ni ogasi.
Nigetho ni ogasi. Na ngasi no goka guturio. Roje ni mwici muno. Rekeide mwe gucagura mucina mwacagura ruto.
Twacagura nyamu iria.
Twacagura nyamu iria.
Iyo nyamu ni guturia ma.
No mwe
ni mucina ni kwa Kamau. Ndautaga wira nginya na baji iria yao. Iria etagwo Aguro Junior moto kubwa. Na ni ndigiteka mwana kauto ni ndikoe nginya yekanu.
Aningirei. Ni koragwo haria irathi-ini. Sawa niko ucinikagira hau. Okay. Thank you.
It's not free. You pay 1,500, then gas, unapewa gas, and you also need to go there with your ID. And not your ID number, the physical ID. I think they are on a mission to suppress the number of people that can vote in that by-election. And you know, remember, a by-election doesn't have a very big turnout. If you are keen enough, you will know that by-election does not have a very big turnout. And if someone can be able to, to nini his way, to bribe his way, it can be something different. It can be something shocking. They can get several. Just shooting, guys, and Egypt is beating Argentina here. Things are very crazy. Egypt is beating Argentina. That was just, by the way, 2-0. Now, in Olkalau, David Gikaria yesterday was bribing voters. And the voters were chanting one term. And you could see him here. They are finding it very difficult themselves. And that is why I believe the government is in panic, because the polls does not seem to favor them. And that is why they've resorted to the plan of buying IDs. And I'm just wondering, why should they be allowed to mislead the locals so that the locals can sell their IDs? I feel this is not something that should be condoned at all. And the IBC needs to come clear. There is a Swiss poll here that was conducted showing that DCP candidate enjoys 67% of the support, while the UDA candidate enjoys 21% of the support. That's according to some poll that was conducted recently. Another one in terms of party popularity is showing that DCP enjoys 70%, 71% of the popularity, while UDA party enjoys 20%, Jubilee at 5%, and undecided at 4%. And the way government is behaving in all Kalau, it goes beyond any reasonable doubt that indeed they are losing that, and unless they rig. And it's a do or die for the government in Olkalau. I don't know why. Something happened today. 3 principal secretaries, Alex Wachira of Energy, Principal Secretary Betty Mudhoni Njagi, Blue Economy, and PS Kimotho, I don't know from what state department, were in Gwakiango Dam today. In this dam, they were accompanied by the chief campaigner for Olkalau, Moses Kuria. They were at that Gwakiango Dam to launch 2 speedboats valued at 5 billion. They also introduced 20,000 fingerlings at the decades-old dam. They went to that dam and introduced some fingerlings. And together with the fingerlings, they introduced some fish food valued at 500,000. Kuweka fingerlings, kuweka fish food, and they promised the locals that they will start harvesting the fish in about 6 months. If there was such a viable economic value in that dam, did it have to take a by-election for that dam to receive the fish? The government team spent most of their time campaigning for the UDA candidate there, and also provided water pipes for the locals so that they can use them for irrigation. Now, soon after that event, indeed, they also gave some money, and they were giving 1,000. But soon after the launch, they left. And before leaving, the convoy, as they were making their way out, the locals thereafter received the DCP candidate in the same area. The DCP team showed up and found a whole crowd patiently waiting. And one after the other greeted the DCP candidate, shaking his hand, while some voluntarily giving back the money, donating part of the money that government had given them.
Thank you. Hello, dia taiga dia piano ni taiga ni. Thank you, Mono. Thank you here. No go. Who knows that? No.
To the DCP candidate. Nikubaya. And you have to give it to Medhu. I think Medhu, if he delivers that by election, he will deserve a UDA medal. And even if you talk about direct ticket, he will deserve it. I want you to imagine you are a senator without any government access. You are in a by-election facing a whole principal secretaries, cabinet secretaries, and UDA MPs and everyone there. I want you to imagine. And in DCP, the only people campaigning in Olkalau is Medhu and the women rep, and Jen and not Faith Gitau and Muhia, Wanjihu Muhia, Piripiri member of parliament. And they have faced the whole team there. There are some three things that is working for DCP candidate. And before that, I'm seeing some two aspects. Yes, there's some advantages the UDA government, the UDA candidate gets by all the government machineries there. Now, all these government machineries portrays him as a candidate that is being heavy lifted. The heavy lifting by the state on his candidature makes very sober voters to see him kama mtu anabebwa. And in fact, he appears as a Ruto project. So while Ruto is not campaigning in Olkalau, but the whole government, cabinet secretaries and ministers, UDA MPs there, they represent President Ruto, and it shows that desperation. While Olkalau is looking for the member of parliament, but the state interest in that race only shows that probably the locals are just voting in President Ruto. That is a big disadvantage. Now, even as they want to token their way in that by-election, some of the things they're promising and they're giving there are not tangible, are not permanent. You know, Kamani Dam, the dam was supposed to connect water to the homes. I don't think they really thought about the fish thing. You know, it doesn't augur well. I don't know that you want to do this across all the areas. Now, number two, but there are two things working for DCP. Moses Kuria once called the DCP candidate Chokora. And I think successfully, DCP has successfully projected their candidate as the downtrodden and is gathering some sympathy. Elections, sometimes sympathy is a strategy and is gathering that sympathy. And that sympathy is working for him. The other thing I am seeing, you know, ID is not just for by-election. ID is also for a job. It also helps these people get a job. So it's not just for the by-election. And the moment they appear like they're interested in going for the ID of the voter, they're actually missing the point. Now, I think that is it. And probably they just need to get the right way to it. Thank you.
Amemaliza. Let me connect with this one because it's also important.
This video never fails.
Okay, kidogo. Okay, go ahead.
Once you make the videos again too long, then analysis.
Okay, go ahead. You can react.
Even if you look at the beginning,
Okay, go ahead. We can react to
at the beginning of the video, one thing we need to scarf Ruto completely is perspective. And we all need to agree that perspective is important in politics. Even if later on they come and cheer Nathan and give back the money, the fact that Yani UDA is able to get that crowd again is a dangerous political game. Now, up to there, are we agreeing, both of us, mwenye tuko hapa juu, that we need to stop that? Yes,
100%.
later on, they come and give Metu what he wants. But the fact that the whole crowd again was there, when money is being disbanded, when gas cylinders are being disbanded, when the boats are being launched, is a dangerous game that Ruto uses as perspective so that as the votes are being counted, it is neck to neck, neck to neck, neck to neck, which ought not to be. Because already this crowd was here. This crowd again was here. Who says, in terms of perspective, you cannot change the narrative and say it's 50-50, the way he has done in everything?
Okay, Kip, you can react. Do you think Mr. Bold has seen it the way you had seen it, or has he added to your narrative? Kuna nimeona Timothy
No,
na
I'm still
congratulations
doubtful.
anasema his analysis is deep.
I'm still doubtful. I have to wait till that day. The amount of government power is too much. 3 CSs bana. I mean 3 PSs wamekuja na 1 CS. Barabara imewekwa hapo. Stima imeletwa. Hata kama board anaongea juu ya the fishing thing, there are people who are going to be excited about the fish. They're going to be very excited about it. I don't know what that Mzee was saying. You can translate to us. The one who was wearing a UDA hat. I want to know, what did he say? That one seems to be upset. He lost something. Explain. In the bold. Because I don't hear Kikuyu.
Yeah, of course. No, that Mzee was talking about the people. There is so much involvement of people from the government, and they are coming and giving people stuff. So he was just like saying he hopes that people will not vote for UDA. That was
why was he wearing the hat of UDA?
Juu alikuwa amekutana nayo
na bado anaivaa. Do you get my point?
Yeah, that's what now I don't understand. Like
Alex has just told you right now. Perspective. Anavaa hiyo kofia. Wanasema kwamba
so wewe unavaa
you know what happens? What happens when you see those images on Citizen TV? You see those images on KTN? What do you think happens? My people from Rift Valley will be like, oh, Ruto ameshikilia vizuri. Yeah, it's like he's winning. You see?
So unajua sasa
hata afadhali ungefanya ile kitu ya kuchoma.
Unaona sasa mzee kama huyu tu anasema tu wacha tu nivae hii kofia, lakini mimi najua kule nitapiga. But yeah, it's not a very good image. Ni kama vile, but unajua sasa, because unajua pia saa zingine si mimi nakutananga na watu wamevaa hizo manguo za UDA zile ambazo ulipoa 2022. Hata there was a time hata nilikuta mtu akiwa na leso ya Jubilee ya 2017 hadi saa hii ziko. Si unajua pia Wakenya wanazitumia kama nguo. Kama ujue watu walikuwa wanapewa mareso during election. So ulipewa leso ya Jubilee ndio unatumia mpaka saa hii. So not very many people, maybe mtu kama wewe huwezi chukua kitu kama hiyo. But kuna Mkenya anasema acha nichukue hiyo leso, lakini nitapiga, najua vile nitapiga kura. So maybe that is a class we need to tell people, and I think even Gachagua himself, he has to start training his people like this merchandise. Let me call them merchandise. Don't take merchandise. Ukipewa kofia ya UDA, don't take. These things which have like labels in them. People can see things which can create a narrative. Ukipewa kofia, don't take. Ukipewa leso, don't take. Ukipewa t-shirt, don't take. Anything which is showing the other guy. Yeah, because I can see they have motivated people.
Another thing is, another unfortunate thing about my journalist, the Boulder, he gives too much hope. You know, he's pro-opposition like us. He gives too much hope. I don't think I want somebody who will give it to me straight. Squeezing nataka straight shooters niembe tu kweli. Because I've been upset too much times. Those are good gestures from the people of Olkarao. But remember, we had songs from Emurdiki, very sweet songs. That I'm talking about. Some sweet songs from Emurdiki. We knew Gachagua had taken Emurdiki. I was excited. I could not sleep for 4 days. I'm quite excited. Then what happens? The worst thing is the perception of us winning looks good. We look very smart. The citizens look like they're going to behave themselves. Mbona how my citizens of Olkarawa, they're not questioning these guests who have come all of a sudden. Wewe ni nani? Umetoka wapi? Who are you? Tachapwa kiboko, my friend. I'm still not convinced. I need 100% convinced. These are good gestures. I like them. They look smart on the TV. It gets us excited. Builds up our adrenaline. Builds up our hope. But IDs have been sold. Gas in a distributor. Okay. Neglect the videos.
Lakini ukitafuta services at the system sijui nini imekwama. Why should a system we built with 100 billion fail to guarantee health care? SHA works when you are depositing money. It never fails. Lakini ukitafuta services at the system sijui nini imekwama. Why should a system we built with 100 billion fail to guarantee health care? There is that young woman mwenye alienda kwa hospitali akaambiwa, this swelling of yours, it needs to swell more so that SHA can take care of it. Allah. Hii ni maajabu. Are we supposed to keep quiet because similar thing happened during Uhuru's time? We were not as politically aware as we are. But I understand our elder. He has seen corruption for 40 years. He cannot imagine life without corruption.
Umesikia jamaa wa Safina Pate venye ana inject. Anyway, I like him. I like that guy. This one is Kikuyu Kiembu. And here, Merikabu.
Nimewika ta Jona. Jona. Lugana lwani nefe. Dirikari yanyu nimo lirikanete na tutaru oya nyu gwithurira muthiaga taria mathia tarisisi Indiraigua kwina tutaruga karau. The new phenomenon. Ai gata ndo mathia tarisisi. Pero inote pari meria dia tarisisi. Leo Jona. Leo Jona ri. Riu ni mukiurio murute Jona. Jona ndo ramwagagia. Murio muikie mai-ini. Gataru gathie na mbere. Sweetie. Andu mana tumberio no karau ni muno. Muikari wa ri karau. Ni uraigua makombe ma maica makwenyeretie. Riu. Kiama kiria kirathana. Nikirete gataru ga gukuringithia makumbi hakiritiga gutuba uholele unyihie stress na mathingithi ma maisha kuhitũkĩra abithaa blue economy riu ni urekinya ndemu gwa kĩongo gukuo nĩ gataru rĩa mbere nĩ tũhũ na kũringana iria arĩa makuĩtwo nĩko ni marauga magicukithio haki-inĩ irakorwo ihorerete wetereire ki wi barabarie ndurorio wikire sand best uko uguo ri reflector ni ukuheo gataru-ini reflector na fruta atanya muno agiria o life jacket kurigana taramu akimabũrũri wa mwĩrĩ wa meciria nĩ atĩ mũrũrumo wa gatarũ gaka nĩ ũhoreragia IQ. Nakura makũinainio ta ngenge.
Tumeingia mashinani house to house tukiomba kura ya Sami Douglas Kamau Waweru. Hii kijiji inaitwa Sahia, hapa ni karibu na Sagao Primary School. Misingi ya stima kama vile tumekuwa tukieleza inaleta sasa na trailer ya 40 foot. Hiyo inamwaga. Tunatarajia muujiza hii vikingi iko imewekwa moto kufikia siku ya Jumatatu. Lakini haya ndio mambo hapa Olkalau. Kidogo tu tungewaonyesha helicopter huku zinapita like butterflies. Yani zinapitana hivi. We are almost having a traffic on the airspace. Yani kunakuwa na traffic jam kama Thika Road huku kwa hewa. Kwa sababu watu wote wako bioni. So vikundi ya stima ndio hiyo mingi kabisa na sisi tunaendelea kuomba kura. Wale wao wanahata. Ndio mwera. One ona sireho. Hata huyu dereva anasema ni one time. Yeye ako kazi. Na Kasongo na watu wake msivute dereva kazi. Yeye pia anasema ni one time. Ona wewe no one time. Huko. Tunathiro kama. Ni kama psychological. Aha, no. Hata huyu ni dereva wetu mwenye ameleta hii material na bado anasema ni hata. Yeye anasema ako kazi. Na msivute yeye kazi bwana. Yeye lori ndio inabeba material iko biashara na ni sawa, lakini dereva kwa roho yeye ni one time na ni Sami Douglas Kamau Waweru. Na fafa ugo na pesa matireda. Kalari hata fafa.
Ona viti bang besok ya ni. DC bini ukwada jata.
Kila hata. Hata wewe unataka? Ya one tap. Hata wewe ni one tap. Hata stima ikikuja. Allah. Ona maitoka na one tap. Yes.
Mario kesha.
No Mario kesha. Hata wewe ni one tap. Yes. One tap. Toti kadia rorere. Harambe. Harambe. Karado ikomi mwana mondo tare wa goko kamera ya mondo tare wa goko agakorwo atigeire mukaeti mukad atigeire morio title deed tondu agiokira agekora thibitari kana Sayuni.
Yeah, maybe 1 minute kabla nicheze wengine. I hope hao watu wanawekwa kwa mahoteli or Kalau people and the opposition leaders kama hao akina Wanjiku Muhia, they will know what to do with those people who do not belong to Kalau na maybe they will be forced to vote. Na pia they should be ready to fight watu kama Roko who might be brought as the expatriates wa kuleta experience ya mbere. They should also be very serious on that because Roko anaweza kuwa mobilized to bring experience ya kuiba kura vile waliiba mbere. So they have to be very keen about that. Sharing of notes from mbere.
Thank you.
Those are the videos that are giving people hope. Nilikuwa nimechezea my sister hapa Acacia Kameme acheke kidogo.
Haya ni sawa. Wacha niweke nani because he seems to be having a very serious video today. Chris Kumekucha. Umeona video ya Chris Kumekucha leo? He's having a serious video, man.
Utanirelease?
Yeah, naiweka tu hapa. I hope the voice.
Weka tu. Yeah, weka tu. Utanirelease tu moja delete sahi.
Sorry.
Cheza tu. Cheza, it's fine.
Ndio naweka sahi.
who is the next president. There is a deep mystery about the next president of the Republic of Kenya that I would quickly like to focus on, because I believe this is very important. Everybody is very eager. Everybody is very curious to understand, or at least to get a glimpse of who is the next president of Kenya. Will that president come into power in 2027? Those are the questions which are lingering on the minds of Kenyans. Now, super fascinating. Let me start here. I don't know if you're aware that many of the people who usually get it right, their prediction about 2027 does not make sense. For instance, yesterday, I listened to one of them say that they did not see any of the leading politicians right now anywhere near the presidency in 2027. Now, hold on a minute. What does that mean? It means that the next president of Kenya will come from nowhere. It means that the next president of Kenya right now is mostly unknown to a vast majority of Kenyans. Now, that is crazy. Although we know historically, some of the greatest leaders and kings the world has seen have come from nowhere. An excellent example is the young shepherd boy who became king, called David, son of Jesse. I dare add, it is the nature of the Most High, okay, to lift somebody from nothing to the presidency of Kenya. Now, one very effective way of confirming and ensuring that the prophecy that is being uttered or made is accurate is by aligning it with past prophecies that have come to pass. I hope I haven't lost anybody there. Let me give you a quick example. In the Bible, there was a young, brilliant man called Daniel, who, while studying prophecies, realized that the 70 years prophesied for the nation of Israel to be in captivity were almost coming to an end. Okay? You can get details of that from the book of Daniel, chapter 9. Now, not only was he able to come up with a very accurate prophecy that actually came to pass, but something more than that happened. He was able to be shown well into the future, up to this very day and age where you and I are alive. But it all started with him trying to align past prophecies with the present. Now, almost 20 years ago, there was a prophecy which emerged predicting the presidency of William Samoei Ruto. Believe it or not. Now, please don't get emotional. And no, nobody has bought me. Please hear me out, okay? It is not what you think. Now, I want us to focus on what that prophecy said. It said, this is the president who would usher in the revival. Please note very carefully, it did not say anything about him being successful. It did not say anything else except that this is the president who will usher in the revival. And I need to remind you very quickly, we are talking about the next president of Kenya, okay? Now stop for a minute and examine carefully what the presidency of William Samoei Ruto has done, to the spiritual lives of Kenyans. Let's be honest. Kenyans have really rushed back to God. Isn't that true? And those Kenyans who had relaxed in their prayer life have really gone back very seriously on their knees in prayer. Number two, something else very positive. The presidency of William Samoei Ruto has done more than any other presidency to get rid of something very evil in Kenya called tribalism. His presidency has brought Kenyans together, so closely knit, so tightly together. Against him, yes, but the whole point is that Kenyans are very united, more united than they've ever been in the history of our country. Bottom line, despite all the bad things that have happened, despite the suffering that Kenyans have gone through, we can clearly see what has happened. Things that are very positive spiritually have happened. And according to me, according to my opinion, it sounds very much like the kind of president who would prepare a nation for revival, doesn't it? thus fulfilling that prophecy 100%. Now let's go back to the words of that prophecy. It said, usher in revival. It does not say lead the nation during revival, does it? It says usher in the revival, which to me suggests that there'll be another leader, another president to take over, just like how Joshua took over from Moses and led the children of Israel into the promised land. There'll be a Joshua, another leader, to take over after Ruto. You know, Kenyans have always said there is no way tribalism will end in Kenya. Kenyans have always said there is no way corruption will end in Kenya. But look at our situation today. Consider it carefully. There's actually light at the end of the tunnel, because Kenyans have been taught a very bitter lesson. They have seen with their own eyes the damage that corruption can do. They have seen it, and we're still seeing it every day. Kenyans have also learned the very bitter lesson that your tribe does not matter. Yeah? It doesn't matter if the person sitting inside State House is your tribe or not. It doesn't matter. Because right now, all Kenyans of all tribes are suffering. That has become very clear. And so the light I'm seeing at the end of the tunnel is that in one neat, swift blow, both corruption and tribalism can end forever in Kenya. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds to me like the perfect setup, which would only have been engineered by the Most High. Yeah, and we can clearly see the objectives. And so with all that information, we can begin to get a very clear picture of the next president of Kenya. It is very clear that there is no way the next president of Kenya can be same old politicians. That one is very clear. Because if you're to believe the prophecy of almost 20 years ago, which I do, yeah, we have already had the president who was supposed to usher in revival. And therefore, the next president is supposed to carry it. Hey, not anybody can carry it, because this is a precious thing which belongs to the Most High. It is the agenda of the Most High. And therefore, for starters, the next president of Kenya has to understand very clearly what their mandate and purpose is in being given the presidency on a silver platter by the Most High. And now, because we're still looking back at past prophecies, the overturn prophecy makes perfect sense. Overturn, 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 until he comes, he whose right it is. Rights means that it belongs to them. The presidency belongs to them. Leadership belongs to them, okay? And they have been given that right and that ownership by the Most High to fulfill some very specific things. And therefore, now you'll agree with me, yeah, that it makes sense that the next president of Kenya is not yet known to Kenyans. It will have to be a David who has been prepared, yeah, in secrecy, out there in the jungle, fighting bears and lions and overcoming a lot of things. This next president of Kenya has personally been prepared for this job by the Most High. And therefore, it makes perfect sense that he's not known. David was not known. And it also makes perfect sense that this next president of Kenya, a David, will have to slay Goliaths, yeah, even at the ballot box. Now, in my opinion, that would suggest that the person who makes it to win the next presidential race will not be a unified opposition presidential candidate. There will be a nobody, vying maybe even as an independent, but they will end up slaying the Goliaths of Kenyan politics. Now, to be able to put together everything we have said in this video and to fully understand what we are saying here, it is critical that we all understand that Kenya is not an ordinary nation. No, it isn't. Kenya is a very special country, chosen for a very special mission. And we know that that mission is that the motherland is supposed to be a springboard to the last revival. And that brings everything into proper perspective. Just to remind you once again, before I go, we have now reached a season where friends of Kumekucha usually gift yours truly. You can see details on your screens right now. It is totally voluntary. If you don't understand what it is okay. There is no issue. There's no problem. This is mainly a message for those who understand. Okay? Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke Kumekucha.
I am Mukora Mukenya. Go ahead. You can react to the video which you have said or the overall.
First of all, let me say.
Huyu ndiye anaitwa Martin Ndeto.
We acha kunitangaza, mimi si tu hivyo. Wewe ni nani? Mimi sijui ni nani.
Haya, sawa. Go ahead.
I don't know who that is. By the way, anafanyanga nini uko comment? Anyway, Acacia and all the people in the comment section, I salute you. Mr. Chair, I salute you too. Nime miss Kip na nime miss Alex. But mimi nimekuja tu uchokozi kidogo. We, Njiru, nasikia nini lori hazija nini watu hajatoa hizo miti za nini bado ziko kwa lori na nini, na hata hizo matanki bado ziko juu ya lori hawaja. Umeona wapi wakipeana? Wacha kuamka, niko hapa.
No, I'm just waking up so that I can speak with you. I was standing. Nimechoka na kuketi. I want to stand.
Umeona hizo vitu zikiunloadiwa?
I don't know, unajua sasa mimi siko Orokarau. Ile iko wanatuonesha lori ya Vikingi iko imebebwa.
Lakini hatujaona zikiunloadiwa.
Si unajua wataambua zinangojea kudistributiwa. Unajua Vikingi sio vitu ya kupea kila mtu kikingi yake. Si Vikingi ukiona hivyo wanaonesha tunawawekea stima. Kikingi sio kitu ati kila mtu atambua atikujia kikingi yako hapa. Ni bait ya kuonesha mnawekewa stima.
Ama zinangoja vote.
Ama hata zinaenda project ingine hazijafika.
Ziko kwa njia.
Maybe zinaenda Kilgoris. Ama zinaenda Mbere North, you know?
No, zimetoka Mbere. Hata nasikia hata nini transformer pia zimetoka huko, ziko kwa njia tu to the next destination.
So maybe let me ask you a question, even as we make this fun. Do you think Orokarau people can actually prove that you cannot buy loyalty and they vote the right way? And how do we repel how watu tunasikia tu wanaletwa hadi wameanzia kujaza manyumba? Because that is what scared me a little bit.
Good question, because I even had that on my note kabla nikuje. I don't think I'm hoping, because if you saw my my comment hapo chini kidogo, there's something I'd said that I really wish that all Kalau can stay intact, because they've proved us that they can wanaweza kula na wafanye venye wanataka. And once this happens, is
that creed the concept so far? Watu wakule na wapige the other side. Is that still the creed as per now?
That's what I'm hoping Olkala will do for us, because I think this is we don't have another by-election after this until the next election, right? Am I right to say that? I don't think we have another
sababu nimesikia Millie Odhiambo akisema kitu. Millie Odhiambo ati anasema ati raia Kenya mzima ati wanaomba ati wabunge wakufe ili wapelekewe maendeleo.
Wafanyiwe stopover. Si maendeleo. But anyways, I'm hoping, I'm really, and this is as a political analyst, and we've been in this journey, me and you, now we're doing it for a long time. I'm hoping that this time the Okalau guys can just vote separately from what Ruto is always thinking. Because you know what? And that was my comment. That's what I was going to, Mr. Njiro. That when you find someone that is so considered immortal and people realize that they are mortal, I'm telling you, there's no coming back from that. So I'm hoping and I'm wishing our people from Okalau, it doesn't matter if they try to steal, we all know what they try to rig and everything. But if they can come up, I mean, this other guy, not Ruto's guy, the other guy wins. I'm telling you, that will be the beginning of downfall. The downfall for Ruto. Because people will realize, oh, Kumbo Naza Shiko. It's the same thing that we were talking about, the presidency can't be touched. And then Gachagua was touched. And people started realizing, Kumbe he can. Kumbe the presidency, it can be touched. And people started going for civic educations and listening to people who are doing civic education. Ni venye tu dereva likata, tulikuwa tunataka makanga, kufa dereva. Hii ya dereva ilitulemea kidogo.
Dereva alikatalia kwa steering, lakini alikuwa amehangi nje, akarudi.
Alikuwa ameshikilia akiwa kwa mlango. But
alafu I think Raila ndiye alimsukuma ndani. Wewe unaenda wapi? Raila ndiye alimsukuma ndani hivi akamrudisha back to the seat.
Don't think, you're right, 100% right. Hiyo uko ndani kabisa. Raila ndio alimshikilia, jamaa alikuwa anaenda na upepo, alikuwa already yako nje. Mguu imetoka kwa steering. Imetoka kwa accelerator. So let me tell you the best thing that can happen to Kenya this time is if this Okalau thing, Ruto loses it. Yani, that will be the end of Ruto. You know why? I'll tell you why. Some of the people that are hanging there, and we've had these rumors of some people are hanging in there, wako kwa fence. Some of those people will start switching gears. So atajipata mwenyewe kwa peke yake. You see, like Kangata is already gone. Some people bado wako pale ni kama wajui niende hii side, nika hii side, nifanye nini. Watakuwa hiyo, utaona watu wakishift gears. So it's my prayer as a political analyst that allow Ruto loses. If he loses, I'm telling you the shift that you will see. Hata akina Wamushom, all of them, Central imeenda.
So, do you think hizo gymnastics Ruto anajaribu kufanya, hizo gymnastics za kupeleka vitu huko, unwanted projects, kuhamisha watu huko, do you think those gymnastics and those strategies can actually beat the power of mobilizing genuine people who need to go and vote?
You see,
so, can you discuss the two? One group is genuinely mobilizing the true people to go and vote. Another group is wanting to introduce an artificial surge or even try to block people from voting. So do you think Orokarao people have the willingness to actually repel all the forces which Ruto is trying to fight with?
You know, there's something, Mr. Chair, there's something that has been happening lately, and I spoke about this some time ago. I said I'm very good at reading body language and also reading a crowd. Forgive my cumbersome. There's this thing that has been happening, and I don't know why people don't see it. To answer your question, look at the crowds that mobilize when it comes to either Linda Mwananchi. Actually, talk about Linda Mwananchi. the crowd that comes in there, and look at the crowds that go to these other guys, I don't know, ODM. I'm sorry to attack your uncle, DCP, and any other political frontier. You'll find that everyone has a regalia. But when you come to people like Linda Mwananchi, these guys never have a regalia. People are just doing their own thing. And actually, I've been following some of the people, even TikTokers, who actually travel everywhere that Linda Mwananchi goes. You find people are the one paying for everything. It's just people. Wanaenda sherehe, they are having a good time and passing a point. If Okala has that, and I know they do, that thing of generic people that you just wake up from your house, you go without being paid, or actually you're the one, paying for. It's a very tricky situation, because if now Okala comes out like that, let me tell you, it doesn't matter who Ruto brings. See, these guys have been dispersing these goons by themselves. I mean, they tell even the cops, don't even, hata msikuje tuko sawa tumejipanga. You get my point? I hope you do. So if Okala does that kind of a thing, it will be that it will be a point past that we are not expecting your tanks and your fake inimitiz, vikingi and all that, but you do your thing as tuko sawa. Weenda kulonaenda. If you want to go to Sugoi, go to Sugoi. If you want to Karen, go to Karen. And that's why I'm saying that will be the game changer that will watu wataanza kutoka kule wako wenye walikuwa wamejificha. That's exactly my point, Mr. Njiru. And I think Okalau should do the country the service that it deserves, to tell him, okay, you do whatever you want to do, bring us vikingi, weke kwa lori, fanya nini, but we are moving on and we are doing our own thing, but you're not going to steal our vote, and we are not going to accept people from outside, and your exaggerated numbers that you try to exaggerate. And especially it coming from on Kenya's side, it's a big statement. If it happens, how I pray, and I'm going to Atanta fast to hope that Olkalau ashindwe, because that will be the beginning of the downfall. And that I say without even fringing. If Okalau can do us that favor as Kenya, that will be the best thing that has ever happened to our country, because at that point, atakuwa ameseal everything. Okalau ndo atakuwa ameseal. We will have a whole different kind of way of doing politics after that. And I'm not mincing my words. When wako kwa fence utawaona wakianza kuchange. Venye washaanza, wengine washaanza. Those that are smart have already started moving. You've seen the ex-CJ, Ashahama. You've seen the Kangatas. You've seen people who are now talking about Sifuna, nini. It's not about Sifuna. It's about a change of tide. That we are no longer going to do this nonsense of career politicians. And we are going to see a whole different change. Back to you, Mr. Njiru.
So, Bwana Mukenya Mukola, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
At what level do you think, in the unlikely, I'm using the word unlikely because I'm not expecting, in the unlikely event, Ruto steals this election, in the known methods which he has been doing it, do you still think Kenyans and the opposition are going to let him free and go? Or they will now start looking for questionable methodologies to question him? Or wataiachilia tu aseme tu tusonge mbele? Do you think Kenyans are going to, if Ruto steals this election, do you think Kenyans will be able to question him? Or if they don't question, can they question him? And how?
Jiro, let me ask you a question. Let me answer you with asking you a question. If you keep on passing somewhere and there's a snake that keeps on biting you, is it poisonous or no poisonous? For how long can that continue?
It can continue as far as you still feel you can bury as many people as possible.
Kenyans are at a place where right now wamepita mahali wanaumwa ndio hiyo inakwaga poisonous, lakini hayui. It comes to a point that you know where that snake is and you know where it lives. So by the time you're walking there again, unabeba kiboko. It cannot continue forever. Kenyans wamechoka kuibiwa kura, wamechoka kufanywa hizi manini makarata of sijui mnaenda mnafanyiwa ati mnaambiwa naleta nini. Kwani let me ask you a question. Kwani Olkalao was not in Kenya all these years? That now that there's a by-election is now ati maendeleo inakuja.
Ndio nashangaa ni kama Olkalao has been discovered. Sasa ni Ruto washajua kuna place inaitwa Olkalao. Wanapelekwa kila kitu. Na nikuulize, what is your constituency? Mwala. Najua unatoka Mwala.
Sitoki Mwala, mimi niko Machakos.
Okay, ni sawa. I'm just giving an example. Give me 5 constituencies in Machakos. Mwala,
Mitaboni, Mavoko.
Mitamboni, Mavoko, ya ingine?
Kuna hii ya Kimutwa, hiyo side. Konza.
Konza ni constituency. What about?
Yeah, Konza wako ni yao. Hiyo iko hiyo side
nyingine. Okay, sasa nikuulize swali. Nini Mwala na Konza stima imetosha?
Tana, Kangundo.
Nikuulize Mwala na Kangundo stima imetosha huko?
Gani yenye inapoteanga 24/7 unless
ndio nauliza sasa like kwa nini saa hii serikali imeona ni vyema ipeleke vikingi huko na hawezi peleka vikingi Mwala? Bora vikingi haipelekwe Mwala.
Unajua hata vikingi stima huko hivyo like kama saidi yetu, unajua mtu ndio uenda unalipa uletewe, unanunua kikingi yako unaletewa ndio yeko, alafu unavuta stima. There's a price to come with that, but it's a personal project. It's not a governmental project, which has been like that hata wakiwa na ile nini
what was the bureaucracy forward kupeleka stima ama kusema stima iwekwe stima iwekwe hapa Olkalao na wakusema stima iende ikawekwe pali kama Mwea ama even in some more remote places ama huko Marsabit?
Good question. 100%. Mwatebere because watu hata walisaulika, hata hatujui kama wako Kenya
ama huko places kama nasikianga wanasemanga wako Manchester, places kama North Hall. North Hall. Kwa nini hiyo vikingi sipelekwa North Hall? Unajua hiyo places huko akina Marsabit huko na Turkana huko.
Yes. Na wanatutolea oil bado. Imagine Turkana inatupatia oil na hata mwezi peleka vikingi huko muende mwekee watu. Na nimesema sijui
what if now every constituency demands an equal share ya hizo vikingi?
Sindo maana watu wamesema manini wao
the wrong thing. That's what nakwambia pia. I think even our members of parliament are also not thinkers. Somebody should be in the parliament petitioning the government saying tunabaguliwa, mbona stima inawekwa Olkalao peke yake? Hata mimi kama mbunge wa Manyata nataka stima iwekwe kwangu. Why are our MPs not demanding hiyo maendeleo? Which is discriminatively being given to different places, right?
Agreed, 100%.
So hebu nikuulize
kidogo kabla unaulize hiyo, shikilia kidogo. Na nini, is this something we need to be demanding
you can demand because somebody is being given and you're not being given. You can demand. Unaweza sema mbona Orokarao anawekewa stima na mimi siwekewi? It is I'm even expecting all the constituencies neighboring Orokarao, they should start demanding their posts as well. Kipipiri, Ndaragwa, all those ones, they should start demanding.
And let me ask you a question. Yeah, you were, I know you're a doctor and an engineer in a certain way. Let me ask you a question. Post inakuja na stima?
Lazima ulete cable. Kuna cable. Kuna cable, kuna transformer. There is a lot involved. Kuna cable, transformer. There is much involved there. Kuna ma distribution board.
And the national grid.
Yeah, like na pia lazima, you also need to be aware, is the electricity enough? Unajua pia sio story ya kuleta vikingi. Do they, unajua pia watu wa Orokarao lazima tuelimishe. Kuna stima ya kutosha hapo?
Yeah, do they have
there is a possibility for you kuweka hizo vikingi, you need a substation.
Exactly. You got it. Umeshika.
You might be requiring a substation. So is Ruto giving them a substation na vikingi pamoja? Ama tu ni vikingi tu mnaletewa hapo tu muwekewe tu mawaya tu peke yake alafu muambo mniletewa stima. So we have to educate these people and we tell them that these are sweeteners which necessarily they don't work. Because hata hiyo project ilidesigniwa lini? Hebu nikuulize kama saa hii maybe bwana Mkenya Mukora, unless maybe if I'm not understanding how electricity works. Can you just distribute electricity without designing it? Unaweza kuja uanzie kuwekea watu stima bila hata kujua the sizing that electricity, kujua tunahitaji the sizes of transformers, tunahitaji hapa, tunahitaji kuweka transformer mbili, ama design ya Kenya unaifanya as you put. Wamefanya hiyo madhafu. Sorry.
Hizo ndio vitu zingine, you know, and the thing is that Messi tangi mtu mjinga, lakini the thing, you know, when watu wengine they don't think about that, especially, I'm not going to call anyone, you know, illiterate. Kuna watu tu walikoga, well, we were fortunate enough to go to school, tukajua hizi. Kuna KVA, kuna hiyo power, you know, the power, you know, limitations na and all that. I mean, you don't just let a kikingi to ingia. I mean, there's calculations that are done in there. Now, do we have in the national grid of where hizo kikingi inaenda? Is it accounted for? Remember, you have to step down ikitu because of the power grid inakuanga iko juu. That's why you're having transformers to step it down. So have they thought about that? Ama ni mtu tu akiona kikingi anajua steam imekuja? I mean, are we stepping down this thing? How, I mean, what's the...
Or even stepping it up. Kama you can have a substation and you try to moderate that electricity to higher voltages.
Exactly. Right.
That's the reason why we have substations. Substations, actually, they are meant to stabilize that electricity either to higher values or lower values.
Yes.
So, and all those things need time. So whether niambia between now and Orokarao election, you can be able to do all those designs. So in a nutshell, watu wa Orokarao ni kudanganywa wanadanganywa. Na wezi niambia ati kulikuwanga kumefanywa design ya stima Orokarao, sasa ati hii wakati wa by election sasa ni kufanya zile madesign zote zimefanywa kitambo. It's not true. So I think it's an extreme lie to people. Watu kuoneshwa kuna maendeleo wanaletewa to the extent ati wanaletewa fingering ya 500,000, ndio nimesikia hizo fingering wanawekewa hapo, like munaletewa accidental projects.
And what's the source of the power?
You see, sasa hiyo ni mambo hatuwezi jua. Sasa tujue kama wanaletewa ya geothermal kutoka Naivasha ama ni anyway. You see, we are trying to question, and I don't know why, like our principals are not able to go to the details of this, like because it is like even destabilizing power. Kuna uwezekano hata maybe hao watu watapewa diverted power, wapewe power ya pahali ingine. Do you know that they can go and disconnect power ya Kipipiri ilete Orokarao?
In 10 days?
No, I'm just trying to say, maybe they want to destabilize somewhere.
Let me yield my time. No, Alex Akwapa. Let me yield my time for now. Wacha nisikie.
Go ahead. Haya, Budi, go ahead. Sasa unajua Bwana Budi amekuja, no, Bwana Mukora amekuja to go to the details of
Sometimes I wonder when you start discussing true development vis-a-vis political decoy, the campaign. I mean, those are two different things. Whatever is happening there, if people don't know or they know, the truth is that that's a blockade that is temporal, okay, until the by-elections are over. And if people don't know that, that is their own problems. So we are not going to discuss kama power itakuwa diverted, power itakuwa... There is no power in all crowd. That's a fact. Whether the guy wins, you wins or not, there will not be power. Whatever they are doing, these are semantics that will end by announcing the winner. If the people know or they don't know, that is their own problem. Now, the other question you asked is why would our members of parliament not go demand the same? You see, what is important for a person that is seeking the seat today, and that is why I said, and I still insist, if today I want to become a member of parliament, I'm not going to use my 10 million and not win. My question will be, how will I be declared the winner if I decided to go for an elective seat today? Because it looks like we have normalized and accepted that Ruto will be in charge of everything. If that is the case, then why would I waste my 10 million that the government is not giving me to go and do what? Campaign, knowing very well the probability of me losing and the other person to be declared is mine is 0, the other person is 100%. Now look at last election. I don't know if you remember, and that video has been taken actually from, even if you look for it, you will never find it. That video has been taken away from YouTube. At some point, Anne Waiguru conceded defeat. Do you remember that? But later again, reaffirmed by IEBC. Do you remember that? So the question is, are members of parliament more concerned about how they will be declared, or they are going to look for development?
They are concerned on their election, their return, because
so when
to them,
you ask,
the development does not count anyway.
Yeah, then when you ask, why are other members not? The other members have secured what they want to be announced, and therefore their allegiance. Ask yourself, uliona vile nani anasema, the bold anasema, imagine it's only Meto and the women rep against a contingency and an avalanche of state operatives. Because these are people who have been guaranteed by the system that announces that if we do this, all of us, we have job security. So it is up to us to make sure that we see why all these people, in fact, the smallest minority and the most privileged minority we have in Kenya are the legislatures. Take it to the bank. So do not ask if why other members of parliament should not come. And I know that they are not concerned about that in Njiru. They have already secured what they want. It is to be announced. Why would they rattle against the establishment by asking development for you? And they have been guaranteed that they are going to win. Do you see now how our country imekuwa? That's why they will never do
meaning
it.
that we have been set up for failure from onset.
Sifuna said it. Sifuna
That's what
said that they look like fools when they go there to look for accountability in some of these committees. Actually, there is a clip. Sifuna said, you know, some committees we go, and when we are looking for accountability, it looks like we are the visitors in Jerusalem. You know, that's why you see the members of parliament in UDA, they don't want to show us actually they are supporting Ruto because they are guaranteed to be announced. Unfortunately.
Okay. Mkenya Mukora, you can take over because you had yielded for Budi. So Budi is telling us that in Kenya, leaders work to be re-elected through the system, not through the people. Because I think maybe according to them, maybe Budi, you can confirm to. So do you want to tell me that ile ambayo unafanyanga kazi ni ya kwanza, like when you want to become a new member?
You want to tell me that Moses Kuria is so stupid he doesn't know that UDA is not wanted in Olkalaro by him doing all that effort? Do you think he's doing it for no reason? You want to tell me there's nothing Moses is being paid?
No, of course Moses Kuria is a...
So why is he doing so? That must dictate your mindset. Look, this is how it operates.
See, Gachagua the other day he said Moses Kuria is on a salary, on a secret salary. Analipangwa na serikali. He said that. Like, na akona ofisi somewhere in hapa ile. Hata nikashtuka kwani hii hapa ile yetu. And I'm surprised that these people, they don't understand the destruction which can... Maybe, Bwana Mbudi, maybe you need to confirm this one to me. When we are talking of Kenya destruction, whereby like people have no jobs, medical facilities are collapsing, are these people aware of the true reality in the ground, even as they try to come and convince people they need to vote for the same government? Are they aware that what wana kazi, people have no food, there are no opportunities, even our urban centers life is no longer good? Are people aware, like, is that... Mkenya Mukora, maybe you can react to that.
You know, I was enjoying Alex talking because he's talking what we are saying and what is the reality. Mr. Chair, sometimes I do not, I get, is it flabbergasted or something? I don't even understand what is happening in our country or even in Africa in general. But I can see some people starting to, kind of understand some things. In our country, I thank Kibaki for giving free education to people. People who can question some things. Because the things that are happening are just, I don't understand them as a person. So it becomes even hard to do a commentary like this because you might stand up to a point of utazaskika ni kama unatusi watu. Let me yield. I think Alex is having an issue. Let me yield.
My network.
Yeah.
No, for instance, I want to ask Njiru, replay the clip of the principal secretaries. They are there paraded. And look at this guy, principal secretary for, I think it's energy or whatever it is. He's saying, we have come here to launch gas cylinder. Look at his body language. Look at his lips. He knows very well. He's just protecting his job. Even his voice is telling. Because I asked myself, how can I see my father, who has worked all his years and in the 60s, being told to go launch fake project? What is it that he hasn't gotten for all his maybe public service that finally they have to go through that? you can know that these people are not only protecting their jobs, looks like even their lives.
Nataka kusema hata Ruto amewaambia muende Orokarau mufanye hiyo kazi ama nionane na nyinyi.
Obviously, I mean, look, I mean, why would me myself, I am a man who his own conscience cannot allow. That how about a person who has children, grandchildren, businesses? I mean, a person who obviously has gotten everything they want in life, even if they died today, they leave a legacy. Why would they go launch gas cylinders? Does that make sense to you?
At the gas cylinder 1500.
Alex, let me ask you. Ngoja kabla ucheze, I want to just throw something out there. Are those gas cylinders, are they refillable? I mean, are they going to be refilled or?
So whether they are refillable or not, that is not the case here. The case is the illegality of even if they are up to standard. Okay, and obviously they are not standardized. Obviously, you heard them saying these are the cheapest ones that they want to roll out in the country. Okay, you heard the description they had. But however, you as a human being, Teto Sahi, nikwambie uende ku launch in a by-election, not because it is a legit development. It is voter bribery, obvious voter bribery. A state officer is not supposed even to campaign. What makes a man have such impunity? We chose a leadership that at this point does not obey the rules. And if we don't see the seriousness of it, I think we have gone a notch higher. Before, I think we used to do these jokes. Yes, they've been around. But I think this time around, they're going way beyond. I don't know. But for me, I mean, asking why members of parliament should not ask for such development, why should they when their jobs are guaranteed as long as they do what the master tells them? That's the only way they keep their jobs. Moses Kuria knows very well that Rigathi Gachagua is obviously so to do those concerted efforts and make sure that it frustrates the electorate. These people are reaping big time. Big time. So they rather deal with Ruto than the electorate. And that answers your question, Jiro. So me and you don't matter when it comes to the corridors of power. In the corridors of power, wealth and poverty works. As long as you impoverish me and you keep a few wealthy, that is how power works. So when you come during a by-election and you think you matter, you must matter by refusing anything that deals with people who are in the corridor of power, to make sure that you shake the establishment to the core. That is the only time you can have a voice. But when they parade you again and give you goodies and you accept and lie to yourself that you will go there and vote otherwise, knowing very well the person who declares the election, you cannot eat Ruto's money and he declares you. Maybe Moi, maybe Kibaki, maybe Uhuru, not Ruto. Take it to the bank. Does that make sense to you, Njiro? You cannot hata bigiji uwezi kula ya Ruto na ulale salama.
Aya, nikuchezea hii video because you wanted it for Orokarau.
Through the UDA party has pitched tent in Olkalau constituency in Nyandarua County, should say, where it has announced that over 36 projects will be implemented in the area. This comes days to the Olkalau by-elections. Elizabeth Atieno reports.
With just 9 days remaining to the Ol-Kalou by-election, government officials have intensified their presence in the constituency, rolling out a series of projects and initiatives targeting residents. Today, Blue Economy Principal Secretary Betsy Njagi handed over 2 fishing boats to the Mirangine Community Dam in Ol-Kalou constituency to support local fishing activities. This, as more boats are expected to be distributed at Lake Olbolosat in the nearby Oljororok on the 10th and 11th of this month.
Tumepata fingerlings mingi na tulikuwa tunasumbuka. Maisha yetu tena itakuwa sasa iko tayari kwa sababu tumekuwa mpaka na life jacket na tumeshukuru sana.
Mbeleni tulikuwa na changamoto kwa sababu tumekuwa na boti ambayo imekuwa ikitusumbua, inakunywa maji na tumekuwa na changamoto hatujakuwa na life jacket.
Meanwhile, Nakuru Town East Member of Parliament David Kigaria has come under criticism after residents in Mirangine accused him of allegedly demanding their national identity cards before issuing cash handouts. The residents described the move as unethical, alleging that it was an attempt to use their identification details to influence voting in favor of one candidate in the upcoming Ol-Kalou parliamentary by-election. Meanwhile, 20,000 families in Ol-Kalou constituency, Nyandarua County, are expected to benefit from expanded access to clean cooking energy after the government distributed 20,000 LPG cylinders under its Clean Energy Program. The package includes a full gas cylinder, grill and burner offered at a subsidized cost of 1,500 Kenya shillings compared to the market price of about 5,500. Petroleum Principal Secretary Kelo Harsama and his energy counterpart Alex Wachira have assured residents that the LPG rollout alongside ongoing last-mile electricity connectivity projects worth more than 200 million Kenya shillings will continue beyond the Ol-Kalou by-election.
Unajua kuna watu wako na propaganda mbaya sana. Wanasema Wachira ameleta vikingi. Hakuna ni vikingi, hiyo ni mwanzo wa project. Ukiona project imeangishiwa vikingi, unajua inajengwa mpaka
The national government has also pledged to invest 25 billion Kenya shillings in the construction of 400 kilometers of roads across Nyandarua County. The Ol-Kalou by-election is expected to test the political strength of the ruling UDA party and the DCP party, with both seeking to establish dominance in the Mount Kenya region. The by-election follows the death of former Ol-Kalou MP David Kiaraho on March 29, 2026. During his funeral, President William Ruto and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua shared a podium for the first time since fallout. In the high-stakes Ol-Kalou by-election set for July 16, 2026, UDA has fronted Samuel Nyaga as its candidate, while Sami Kamau will represent the DCP party. Elizabeth Atieno, TV 47.
Are you a low-skilled worker looking to immigrate to Canada? Look no further. This video will discuss the top...
Njiru, I got a question for you. Both you and Alex.
Okay, go ahead.
I am holding 20,000 with me right now, USD. Can I buy your identity? Or what's the definition of ID?
ID ni mimi. I use it in the bank. I use it everywhere.
So why am I mean, how much does your ID cost?
Mine is, it doesn't cost anything. You can't give me anything to give me your ID. So there's no money worth it.
So what's the nonsense? What's this nonsense? Anyway, I rest my case. I still yield my time with Alex because, you know, Alex is an inject vizuri, so better than I can.
Aya, Budi, you can react. Sawa, Acacia, nimeshukuru for your presence. So Acacia ni kama amechoka, which is okay. Go ahead.
Mimi, it's not about injecting. I'm only asking for us to understand. Ruto knows very well, without a doubt, that all around, even how things unfolded during the burial, the funeral and the burial of the immediate former MP, the showdown was going to be ugly. And for him actually to take Metu to be his pointsman, I think this is something Walikula, an oath that this one we must take. But again, Ruto understands the biggest embarrassment he can give to Gachagua is this one too. You saw, you know what Ruto did. If I was him, I would never have done it after they stole the by election. He never went to actually campaign in there. The way alikuja akajigonga kifua, it was the chest thumping. Even not even a gorilla does that. That was way beyond. I don't know which animal does that. And for me, I think losing all Karao will be like losing a generation. If you know the pain you felt last time, in fact, Nani was so bitter. Annie was so bitter kule chini. A lot of people are so bitter. But this one, it will be to the bone marrow. And that is why sometimes hizi mchezo nitakana ziachwe of perspective. In the next few days, it feels so good. Metu kuchukua, kofia, watu wanarudisha zile pesa ndani. In terms of theatrics, we feel so good. But the reality ni ile. To understand perspective and crowds are very important, unfortunately. And whenever we play this game of crowds, for instance, the time Ruto gets mad to his surrogates is when he goes somewhere and he finds that there are no crowds. Nakwambianga, he summons those people and they really pay for it. Whether people will shout for him or not, whether people will insult him or not, as long as that perspective of crowd is guaranteed, he knows how to play that politics. And I think we have been too liberal to him, but actually giving him every time. I'm one person who believes the Mbere election was never close at all. Maybe I'm deluded. But we played the game of perspective. To a point, even the pollster started putting it neck to neck. We gave undue airtime to Amudende. To the point that it started at a high tone, neck to neck, 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 until he was declared. Because there was no ile issue yenye wanawaweka mbele kidogo mufurahi. Hii yenye walijua, they will put you neck to neck, and in the end they knew what they were going to do. We are still forgetting we have an IEBC that is completely Ruto from everything from down to the whole process. We think we have a fair referee. That is one thing. Whether he declares by accident, it's only the court again that will recant that declaration. Okay? So because of that, again, we shouldn't be playing with the game of numbers. And because we know this is a do or die, so that people like Moses Kuria don't celebrate the whole year with it. Because let me ask you, you know, for me, if we lose all Karao, I mean, the best advice I can tell Matiang'i is just get out of this coalition. Let everybody just run on their own, because in the end of the day, nothing is really helping you to be together. It's just a name, you know. It's just a psychotherapy you're giving us until August next year, and after that, then we need even more. You know, we need electropsychiatrics maybe after that. The 9 days remaining are critical. And you cannot give these people any opportunity, because you have seen what they want and what they are capable of doing. But shida ni ile watu wetu wako na njaa. You will never tell them the truth that sasa kataeni pesa yao, kataeni kuenda mikutano yao, kataeni kila kitu. You will never tell our people the truth that perspective is part and parcel of political decoy. Naona mgeni amekuja hapa. Eric, talk to us.
Eric, umekuwa ukifuata discussion ama unataka ubriefiwe? Unajua saa zingine ulisemanga unajirushanga kwa show.
Nimefuata.
Eric jana alinichekesha, aliniambia unajua nimeingia kama choo.
Sasa nilikuwa nikitaka sasa isikue sasa amekuja kwa choo mara ya pili. I was waiting for that. Nisikia vibaya sana.
I agree na Kenya Alex amesema. But the biggest opponent wa kina Gachagua na Jubilee ni wao wenyewe. These people, they want to unite, but they don't want. So there's too much infight. Number one, kama Kioni haitaka Gachagua ashinde, juu Gachagua atakuwa humbled na akiruzi. Unaona kama ya ile ya mbele, kama wange manage huyu, anaitwa nani huyu mwenye alienda kwa Moses Kuria, anaitwa nani, nimesahau jina yake. He was a good candidate. Alipata 2,000 votes. Hawakujua kumanage. And that's where Ruto anazanga the opposition. You know, Ruto come out before 2022, there's a way unaona ana manage a politician. The guy know how to, he's a political strategy, I would say. Like anajua kumanage. Anajua ukiangalia hata hawa wenye walikuwa na vai na UDA, wengine walikuwa wamekataa. Hawa akina Waiganjo before walikuwa wamekubali, wameshindwa free and fair. Baadaye ilibidi Kenya walipewa, ilibidi wakaenda. So I think tunagoja, hata mimi nagoja. I think hii is a dual die for Ligi G. Juu hata mimi akishindwa hii, I think nitaja kumwamini sana. Sitamwamini sana. Juu hii itakuwa joke. Itakuwa ile nyingine ya Bere alisema wao wametoka US juu ya nini. Wenye hiyo trip yake ya US ilikuwa successful. Kuna mtu amesacrifice hiyo, alafu anakuja. Then anakuja anashindwa. It doesn't matter hata kama walipewa pesa. If you are strong, but akishinda hata na 1%, I'll take it as a win.
Eric, niko na swali kwako. So yako si ideology yako ni mwenye anashinda na mwenye ashindi?
I think yangu ni mwenye atashinda. Sidhani kama huko nafuata nini sana. It's money versus the you know the politics right now. It's kama unawasikiza wakicampaign, they are saying is the agenda hii side nyingine is like community betrayal. Now wanasema they are saying they want to bring something from the government, you know, like in Kikuyu they say like irerakamo, I mean the cow that's being milked. So the government is the cow. And the other side, they are saying it's about the betrayal of the community and so on. Mostly the agenda is of course there is other agenda of like building schools and those things and giving bursary, but the agenda that is carrying the day is Irirakamo and betrayal for the community. That's how that campaign is.
So which means mimi nikikuja na unijui kabisa na nishinde utanisupport just because nimeshinda huko crook bora nimeshinda uta change ukue side yangu.
I don't mean that the change. What I mean is Ligiji power yake itakuwa imereduce na itabidi sasa pia like the level of like pride itemke, and then akae chini akubali sasa hapa venye kuko si venye nilikuwa nafikiria. They need all hands together for them to win or to have a chance in 2027.
Do you think Linda Mwananchi wakienda huko, because I've heard Linda Mwananchi is going there, do you think Linda Mwananchi could bring a moral boost, especially for maybe cosmopolitan people who could be living in Olkalau? Because nasikia wanaenda huko pia kufanya a joint campaign. I don't know when, but nimesikia tu wanaenda.
Yeah, you know the problem. I said if all the opposition were united, including Linda Mwananchi, and have one candidate, there's no way Ruto can win. There's no way he can win. Even if we bring all the goodies, all those developments, all those services, there's no way he can win. But I said Jubilee is like DCP. Let's say is UD and DCP. They are the major competitors. But Jubilee doesn't want DCP to win. It doesn't want DCP to win.
Eric, where did you get that information from?
Okay, go to this. There's this interview of Kioni that, and Kioni has done it many times. They don't want them to win. It's a fact.
Eric, that's a point of information. So
no, it's a fact.
Okay, point of information. Do you want me to give you a point of information, please, with your permission?
Go ahead.
You know, last elections, we were here, and sometimes you can put your cards. There's a song that says, "You got know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to run." You know, we put our cards so early that there was a target. What's the problem with the opposition, be it Linda Mwananchi or the other opposition, just hiding their card until the last moment? I mean, it's happened before. 2022. Is it? Yeah, 20, when the Kibaki part of it. Why do they want to know our candidate? Who told you that we are not organized and we are not together? Why would you want to know who to attack? Now we want you to attack Matiang'i. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking about Ruto. Attack Matiang'i, attack Kalonzo, attack Nani, ajui ni nani ana attack. Why would you give someone a target when time is not due? We made the same mistake.
Which is the right time? As you ask that way, can you tell us which is the right time to have that target? Which is can you truncate for us the right time? Yes, Nisawa. We don't need to have somebody now so that we don't give somebody a target. But which is the best time to have that target? Because at the end of the day, we will need to have it.
That's a personal decision. Why would you want to know my target? If I was, I mean, I'm talking hypothetically. Why would you know when I want to tell you which wife I'm going to marry? See, it's my decision, whatever time I give you, as long as it's not on the wedding day.
Me listening to Kioni, I think maybe they are trying to do the same way Kibaki did. I think Matiang'i will go direct to the ballot because most of all those in opposition, most of them, I think they support Kalonzo. Kalonzo, Sifuna, I still maintain that. And
But if
when I check the numbers,
but if Matiang'i goes to the elections peke yake, he is going to lose by default. Anaenda kuanguka. Is he aware of that?
Yeah, he's aware. But
nani amekuambia?
See narrative naona because mi naona ataenda baka kwa ballot peke yake juu wanasema sijui let the people decide how how na ukisikiza sijui kama umecheza interview ya Kioni juzi jana alifanya interview akasema venye Muturi alisema hivyo ndio Gachagua wanasema wanajua they know there's no way because interest ya Matiang'i na ya Gachagua there's no way inashikana haishikani in a way the way ingeshikana ni kama angekuja na pati yake ama waache hiyo party wote wa join DCP hapo angepewa hiyo ticket direct but as long as wanajua kwao ni Kalonzo watachaguliwa kama watakuwa ni hizi boardroom so that's why Akiona na insist ipelekwe kwa watu na akasema kama sio Matiang'i nani alikwambia tutachukua sufuria tena?
Eric,
just sikiza the interview.
Eric, I like your way of thinking, eh? Lakini nikuulize, Azimio ilikuwa na chama ngapi?
Nini hiyo?
Azimio ilikuwa na chama ngapi?
Ilikuwa na 22, I think 22 hapo. More than 20, let me say that.
Unajua leaders wao wote wa hizo machama?
I know almost a half.
Okay, I'll take that. So kwa hivyo ujui the other half, si ndio?
Yeah. But I know almost a half.
Lakini wote walikuwa Azimio, si ndio? So hii historia ya Gachagua nini, kwani nani na wangapi walirun president kwa hao wenye unajua na wenye ujui? How many of them ran for president?
Sasa 2020 ilikuwa obvious. Hata saa zile Kalonzo akizunguka sijui baba alisema hivi, it was obvious. Ilikuwa obvious.
So what tells you Gachagua cannot be a party leader and still be somewhere there and not run for presidency?
Unajua Gachagua interest sana anataka kushinda MPs na governor and if you look at the numbers in Nairobi and expect Kalonzo atamsaidia. So that's why interest ya Gachagua na ya Kalonzo somehow inakaribia ina rhyme somehow.
I rest my case. Naona kuna mgeni, acha ninyamaze kidogo.
Maunga amekuja kureact kwa history yenu. Mnaweza kuwa mmemprovoke. So how are you Maunga? Long time. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. How you guys doing?
Fine, thanks.
Actually, nimekuja kuagree na Eric's sentiments, eh?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so ideally right now what's going on, the status quo, like Linda Mwananchi is looking to inject new blood and new vibe into the Kenyan political framework, similar to what the Gen Z were fighting for and similar to what the future of the political history of this country is. Gachagua and Akina Kalonzo, but I don't think quite that Kalonzo is in that sphere as much. Kalonzo is in just his usual comfort zone, although this time it looks more real to him that Kenyans have taken upon themselves the leadership of the country. And so like there's a paradigm that is actually automatically visible to everyone. As for Gashagwa, it is actually an ego streak. Nothing more, nothing less. Gashagwa comes from the old school where he's thinking, I just want to be the kingpin. I just want to be that one person that people go through. I don't care how I get there. I don't care. Because the truth is, what Eric is saying, the reason why the likes of Akina Kioni may not want DCP to win this thing is because of the kind of confidence and the kind of pride and the kind of chest thumping it will earn Gashagwa. What that will then mean that going into 2027, Gashagwa will be too powerful with his draconian ways of leading the Mount Kenya region. And sadly, he's going to make mistakes because his does not come from a point of uongozi bora. It comes from bora uongozi. So he's looking at a way where he can just be bankrolled and he can just be a powerful man there, irrespective of title. So they're actually copying, they're actually looking at it and thinking if Raila Odinga did it, anyone really can. But there's actually a total, he has a total disconnection because the truth is Gachagua and Ruto ni moja and the same thing. There's really nothing he offers in terms of better leadership. So as we speak right now, Gachagua losing Olkalau might be a sad thing to maybe like Alex was previously saying, the politics is about perception. So that is why you see Ruto invests very highly in PR. Because perception is one of those things that sometimes sells, and that is why for him, crowds, irrespective of whether they are for him or against him, and openly so, is normally a big thing to him. So when the people see crowds, now you can apply AI, or people can think, oh, you're still attracting them. Some may have come to see you. So there's still that curiosity that people are seeking for you. So there's that feel effect. But now, so there's two ways of looking at Olkalau. A win for DCP would mean that you're making Gachagua into the monster that Kenya does not need right now in any region. The loss would mean a blow to both the Mount Kenya region and the Kenyan people in terms of looking at it, those ones of a free and fair contest is not possible based on what Ruto wants against what should ideally be happening. So it's actually a very double-edged sword. But for me, it would kill both ways. So at this point, I'm not even sure what would be a worse, like I'm not even sure what is a worse evil now. Gachagua being humbled enough. But the other thing about Gachagua being humbled is he will go back, he can go back and negotiate with Ruto. Because then Ruto will be telling him, you need me. And Gachagua is not the kind of a person right now who's willing to just sit back and say, okay, I will be defeated with dignity, but I will safeguard the interest of my people. He doesn't have that level of grace. That grace is only seen in Linda Mwananchi and the Matiangis of this world. It is not in Gachagua. Kalonzo may have it. Gachagua doesn't. So right now, I don't think we should actually apply too much focus to DCP. We should apply focus to how moving forward Mount Kenya is going to proceed, irrespective of a leadership. Because it has been a region that has been known to actually charter their own path. They've not been known to necessarily hang on leaders or those titles. They've been known to have issues. And just on Sunday, imagine, I can't believe I was actually seated discussing Mount Kenya with my bishop so intensely. And then today, I go on YouTube and I find a prophecy regarding Mount Kenya and what Ruto intends to do with them and how it intends to get rid of, especially the Mount Kenyan boy child. And then I now then confirm that it's nudging my spirit for a reason. Mount Kenya has to wake up to the reality that they serve, like they're in real danger. They are the target. They're the prey in all this. The kind of vengeance that Ruto feels like, yeah.
It's been a long time since we had a good discussion like this, but I am really heated about this, but I'm surprised that you say that. Let me ask you: is it about Mount Kenya region, or is it about our country's governance? What are we
Um,
talking about here?
let me tell you. Let me tell you something, Martin. The truth is, you see the way you identify yourself, and earlier on, Jiro was trying to attach you to a constituency that you're not part of, and you had to make a correction to confirm for him to him where you come from. We come from somewhere, Martin. If you know the way we say that you cannot keep a snake hoping that it will always just be biting your neighbor, and that eventually it will not finish off with your neighbor and turn to you. It is because your environ is one of those things that you have to be alive to first before anything else. You people in the diaspora, for instance, it is especially based on what is happening in South Africa. It's unfortunate I haven't been around for so long, so like I have to speak to 60 perspectives to pick with you guys all the way, so I may appear like I'm taking a lot of time, but this is what I intend to say. You see, the reason what is presently going on in South Africa and Ireland, perhaps it informs the fact that a place you can call home, where you have authority to claim, is somewhere that you cannot underestimate and you cannot undermine at any cost. And that goes for what a family is described as in our lives. Heritage is everything. I am not saying it is about Mount Kenya as a stake of the Kenyan political history. I am speaking as Mount Kenya being a people who are part of a Kenyan framework. And I would have you know, Mato, that I actually have a child who comes from Mount Kenya, and he's a boy child. I may have interest, but that then means that the symbiotism with which we have as a fabric in this country, look at the demographic. I don't know whether your daughter is Kamba, because I can easily tell you that 70% of the Gen Z are not from one ethnicity. So when we do not, when we stop looking at Kenya as a community, as a country that is one community, then we are lost. That as such, when one community is touched, all of us should react on account of the fact that today it is happening to this person. Should they successfully finish them, they will literally look for another activity that similarly gives them that kick, and they will come for me. So we are looking at Kenya, because I know you're usually very passionate about this thing about Mount Kenya, especially. We speak about it because we cannot ignore them. They're a part of us, they live everywhere else. What is done, the evil that is done to them, and we sit quietly and observe, will eventually come to our doorstep. Most of the things that Mount Kenya is presently experiencing, we have experienced as the Luo people for so long. Yes, that the fact that people folded their hands and let us fight on our own, notwithstanding, doesn't mean that now that we appear to be having a grace, it cannot come back. Because a lot of us, a lot of the Luo people cannot sit and see the wrong things happen and decide that we are folding our hands. Do not be cheated by what you're seeing on social media, a couple of them talking. 80-90% of the Luo community does not approve of Ruto. I can tell you that in with clear confidence. So that means that some of us have lived on principle. So because we have lived on principle, we will not sit and say that because somebody else who has similarly folded their hands when it was happening to us and considered it okay is going through the same, we can comfortably sit and say that it is okay, because it will eventually come up with us. It's going to be part of the fabric that is this nation. Right now, we don't have something like a constitution. We don't have something like a judiciary. We don't have something like the legislature. We do not have anything like the security. These are very, very fundamental things. We do not even have anything like healthcare. We do not have anything like education. It is not about a community. That we bring the point of a community being attacked and being alienated right in front of our eyes is not to say that we are not seeing everything else that is happening, that we are emboldening by silence of even the little things that we can do. In strategic management, you're told that you're plucking the low-hanging fruit. For me, the low-hanging fruit is the fact that as a mother, when a child is under threat, it doesn't have to be mine. It is a child who's under threat, a child whom I'm intending to be there in my old age to take care of me when I'm no longer strong enough. So for now, for the fact that I know a little better than that child, I am stronger, a little stronger than that child, or very strong compared to that child, I should protect it irrespective of where it's coming from. It's in the Kenyan soil. It bears it bears a Kenyan ethnic fabric that once we step out of our borders is one that all of us wear. That child is wearing it irrespective of where it comes from, any part of Kenya. And that is what I'm protecting. So now back to my original thought and conversation before I can conclude as we proceed. What I'm saying is, when the boy child in Mount Kenya is being targeted, when their businesses are being targeted, when they're ill. You see, the thing about Kenya is our schools, mainly boarding schools, that I want abolished with immediate effect. And any parent who's listening to me and has a child in a boarding school, find a way of petitioning to have a day school, or even a school that is now a boarding school and was previously a day school, returned to that status. Because when they say that there's actually a plan to make sure that even the foods and even the vaccinations that are going towards the central schools are some to make sure that those children are destroyed, it goes to say that for every child who's there, irrespective of your name, that food will affect you. They will even go as far as water, anything. Like we literally are serving within a devil's network. And so this network is going to catch up with us, whether we like it or not. So when it is happening in the Kenyan soil, it is happening to each and every one of us. We have to just make sure it is something we're saying. As for the Gashagwas of this world and the everythings of this world, ni utakataka nyingi sana and you don't make a difference. Him is going to go behind. Believe me, after Raila Odinga's theatrics with Ruto and Ruto kumsafirisha vile alimsafirisha, trust me, right now, I can confirm that those guys don't bloody care. So it is Kenyans for Kenyans. Right now, we have to stand on the ground of ensuring that the future of this nation is greater than any one of us. We will be dead longer than we have lived. So right now, for why we are living, let us make it count. Thank you.
So there is a question I want to ask Maunga. Maunga, when we are saying that Gachagua ego needs to be a little bit curtailed, and I heard Eric saying that kuna watu wa Matiang'i who might not want the DCP guy to win. So does it mean that they are preferring the UDA guy?
Sio watu wa Matiang'i. Realize that is Kioni and Gachagua. That is a central Kenya fight. It is not a Matiang'i fight. The rest of us, by the time Gachagua was, and I think, Njiro have tried to give it a perspective, ya mwalimu. I have tried to give it a perspective where I thought you'd actually be able to understand, because contextually, I actually thought that you would realize my context. What I'm saying is as follows: we do not need a scenario where someone will come and be too powerful than the people of that land, that to the extent that when he has to make the wrong decisions for the people of that land, that might hold. It is for a land that is part of Kenya that affects us largely, eventually, with every decision that is made there and beyond. So it is not a Matiang'i thing, it is a Mount Kenya problem. It is a Kioni versus Gachagua.
Yeah, that one well understood. And do we need a by-election to tame Gachagua? Hatuwezi ruhusu hii by-election, because I thought the DCP guy is standing for the opposition.
We don't need a by-election to tame Gachagua. We don't need anything to tame him. All we needed to do was for Gachagua to understand that this is a moment for Kenya. Him notwithstanding. But he appears to have trouble understanding that.
So that's why you feel, or maybe that's why the people like Akina Kioni feel it is better for Gachagua to lose all those by-elections, so that he can be able now to sink down and reason collectively. Is that what you feel?
Did I not tell you that a loss for Olkalau would be a loss for the entire Kenya? Because it will actually affect perspective.
Yeah, and it will actually embolden Ruto more.
Precisely my point. So I'm telling you that we may gain in trying to tame Gachagua, but lose the nation's morale and zeal to know that they can actually have the universal suffrage to ensure that they're correcting some ills in the country.
And the morale is much bigger than actually taming. So for me, I would rather we win Orokarao the way we win it, even if it is
Precisely, by all
not a
means,
bad.
I would want that. That is what I would want. But as
Ujuru,
the cost is also the region now understanding that it is their duty to tame Gashagwa themselves. But for me, if you ask me correctly, I would actually want Olkalau won by the opposition candidate.
I will explain to you like the reason why
Ujuru,
they are blaming.
Ujuru, I'm
Okay.
confused. I'm seriously confused here. But my sister amenichapisha karaundi huko akanienda akaniachanisha huko akaniacha Mount Elgon somewhere in the bushes. I don't understand. My sis, we've had many numerous debates here, and you're one person I respect so much. But I don't get, what are you trying to say? Are you saying that it's better the UDA candidate wins, or are you saying it's better the other person wins? I just, can you come out of the bushes, because Mushani Tupa. I'm gone.
No, I want the opposition candidate to. I want the DCP. Okay, the opposition. I wish we had someone else as opposed to DCP. I honestly wish there was. I wish it was not so much the party. I wish it was just an individual who's standing for the opposition and who the people want and the people would actually get in. It's unfortunate that it's had to come down to a DCP UDA contest. But the truth is, I want the person that the people want to be the one to win. And I know that is a DCP person. So I want this person to win extremely badly because I've told you it affects the psyche of the entire nation. Because if at all, it will be seen that Ruto has done everything that he could, but still the power of the people carried the day. Then the Kenyan people will be more emboldened.
Thank you. Ulikuwa umenitupa mbali. I was wondering if that's the sister that I have known. Ulikuwa umenitupa mbali. I was just not
Mimi siwezi badilika. By the way, sikudanganyi Matomi, hakuna kitu yenye niko nayo kwa hii dunia yenye imebaki other than just standing on my ground for what is correct and just pushing it through till the end. I want you to I want that should I like should tomorrow never come, you will remember Aimba as that person who always stood by what she meant if she was the only one doing it. She lost everything, but at least remained with the resolve of her heart, which is the correct thing. That is who she was. I'd rather that any day. Thanks.
I think Njiru ameamka kidogo, and I want also Eric achangie hiyo yote mahali imefika. But Ayimba, what I've been thinking is that, I win for, yeah, I know you don't want to empower Gachagua and anything, but he is not saying that he's going to run for anything. But that would be a lose.
Mato.
Yeah.
Mato, Raila was not saying he was going to run for anything this time. But how much influence was he still having on the nonsense that was going on in this country? So what I'm saying is, you do believe, I think we give Gachagua more power than is necessary. We give him more airtime than is necessary. For me, he's an inconvenience that I wish we'll just get out of the way and just stay in Wamunyoro and do his dealings there and just let the political field of Kenya be for Kenyans who are actually progressive and have the love for their country. And it's not about love for themselves.
But you remember, my dear sister, that the time that once he got impeached, what did we say? You were here with me. We said the same thing.
No. I was not pleased. Of course, the process was wrong. And then, what would you tell me? And I always kept telling you guys from the go-get that Gachagua is a lesser evil than Ruto I did not lose the fact that he was an evil card.
I know.
I understand.
I
I indicated that he was a lesser evil. So they were both evil, but given a choice, he's a lesser evil within the two evils.
I understand where you're coming from.
So
and
similarly to what I will be saying now, DCP winning is a lesser evil than Kenya losing entirely because UDA has won Olkalau.
Exactly. And you remember we used to say what? Give him the mic. We wanted him to get the mic so that he can tell us everything. But yeah, I
to what
understand.
end? Like according to, in fact, having the mic has caused a scenario where Kenyans are having to deal with his ego streak at a time when we have a defining moment to think about Kenya and not think about personality.
Right, because this is before Njiro is back. I know Eric is also banning to say something, but remember, I mean, okay, what I said earlier was that I would like Ruto to lose this one, because if he loses this, then it starts that dominoes effect of when you see an immortal person that you think is an immortal and you realize, oh, they are mortal, then it never stops. So this is the slay of Ruto, where you have that slay. You can slay someone and people can realize, oh, we can slay you. You're not immortal. And that's what that's my stand. I don't know what you feel, but I think because Njiro is back here and I know maybe Eric might want to jump onto this. I yield my time.
About Rigiji, I want to disagree a bit. The part that I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Mauga, where you said if Rigiji go to Ruto, no, he can't. And if he was to go, he was to go
Don't say
through
he can't,
like
by the way, Eric. Trust me, we were here. Some of us were busy here saying Raila can't. So don't tell us he can't. Trust me, with that level of ego, that similarly, that exactly mirrors Raila's. Trust me, there's nothing that's impossible with this Rigiji of yours.
Okay, what makes you think the reason why Rigiji is like it's like like perception is because he think he has numbers. That's the reason. And I can tell you when he go to Ruto, he can go as a person, but when he goes, he's going to have like his name is going to decline up to almost like 0%.
Precisely my point. So this is what I'm saying. I am saying that I want the people to win so that the people can know their power, and countrywide it will be, as I've told you, politics is about perception. Like it is 70% perception. Then now reality and issues is 30%. So building that perception, especially as a sitting president, as a sitting government, is fairly easy, because then you have resources, and especially that we have the devil. He has grabbed, killed, destroyed everything else, and therefore taken everything to himself. And he even has our systems to the extent that it can literally poison. Like the danger of having such a corrupted leader is one of those things Kenyans have not fully processed. It is one of like Kenya is in a horrible place, when the most precarious places that you never ever want your nation to be at. You never want to have a leader who doesn't have in himself an iota of thinking somebody else matters. So having said that, what I am saying is this: I don't care about Rigathi Gachagua. I don't care about Kioni. I care about Mount Kenya, its people, and the children of Mount Kenya. I care about Kenya as a whole, the people of Kenya. All those guys, their children attend parties with each other. They go to the same institutions. They do businesses together. The tenders that are being floated eventually, it usually comes to the doorsteps of their cronies and their connections. So trust me, do not invest yourself and your heart in them. Invest yourself in personalities who have the right character of leadership that the country requires. Period.
See, let me bust your bubble. What do you think about Sifuna?
I've worked with Sifuna, Martin. Sifuna is solid. Take it from me. I can give you my word on that.
Can you rate Jubilee government, like for the 10 years they were in the office?
No. The 10 years they were in office, they were a complete mess. Usually, what happens is this: yeah, when you get in through a fraudulent form, we started off on a wrong footing. You started off with criminals, mkituambia kuna nusu mkate and everything else. Actually, Eric, don't take me there, because now you'll take me to where Mount Kenya erred. And I will remind you tooth and crook that we're in this position of stealing of elections and everything because of the same Mount Kenya. Kenya had been liberated in 2002. Our perspective had grown. The power of the people had grown. Then the Mount Kenya mafia emerged. And then later on, Uhuru literally closed from opposition to come and join Kibaki because he was a fellow Kikuyu. And then they came and rigged elections and gave Kenya unnecessary bloodshed. With Karua, even as a mother and a seasoned politician and someone you thought actually knew what principle was, standing on the side of oppression and making sure that Kenya goes back to the dungeons. We are where we are today because of the jubilees of Mount Kenya, the same Mount Kenya we are talking about. But I will not say that I can stand behind and claim that there's any punishment I can give it. At what cost do I give them that punishment? At the cost of right now, healthcare is failing for all of us, education has failed for all of us, our security system has failed for all of us. There's no infrastructure that's making sense, because for anything that this devil is trying to build, he's multiplying the cost by crazy margins, and now putting a country in debt in a way that we cannot recover in the next 200 years. It doesn't mean that I can punish anything in this country. I can only speak for the ills that each one of us did, and we have to take that responsibility. We've got to be at a point where we're saying that what was my role in the outcome that we presently have that was not correct? What did I not do right as a Kenyan? What can I do to correct it? We cannot try and justify what happened before when it is clear and glaring that it was wrong. And then we still come and think that we can cronize ourselves around it, and then we can hug ourselves with the warmth of the stupidity that we presently participated in. We've got to realize that there's time and season for everyone. Even the Bible says that clearly for a reason. There's a time and season for being stupid, and then there's a time and season for you being older and wiser. When you're young and stupid, it is excusable. When you're older and stupid, that is a disaster. It is a catastrophe. So if at all anybody is willing to go into our tomorrow with the mistakes they made yesterday without acknowledging those mistakes, we do not have time for those fools. We have time for the people who grew older and wiser. That is where Kenya is. Thanks.
Do you know the reason why I asked that question is because many people say Matiang'i is a performer, and most of the time they say, oh, Karonzo this. But in my opinion, I think if you are to go by the Vision 2030 and you check all the government that have performed, I don't think Karonzo was he's that big fool that he doesn't know how the country was when they left. Because when I look at the Jubilee, the kind of the thing they borrowed, I mean, it's huge, and it's also the
Eric, you're still talking about parties, eh? You're still talking about parties. When me, I'm telling you, I'm talking to you about character. The character of a person is what informs leadership. I am actually a governance expert, and I have participated in leadership, and I have researched and seen leadership that works. Look across in Burkina Faso. Look at Rwanda. You guys will call it that will claim they don't have democracies or they have dictatorships. But look at the quality of leadership. Look at those characters of those leaders, irrespective of how they are there. Look at their patriotism. Look at the character of the person that is occupying the office. Do not talk to me about parties. Kibaki, the Kibaki you guys hail with everything, was actually a DP person. Where is DP today? So Kenya is bigger than any party. Kenya is bigger than any personality. We are looking at character. What is the character of a Kenyan? What is the character of Kenya? And what character can take Kenya forward, period?
Okay, so by Jubilee, I mean like now their presidential candidate is Matiang'i. So maybe first I can get from you, who do you prefer to be the number one and number two?
Matiang'i. I wouldn't tell you about a number two. I'm talking about a number one. Once we have the correct number one, then the number twos will play themselves out in terms of what Kenyans can produce that is better than what the nonsense we produced in the past. The
But
character of
you know,
Matiang'i is one. Please don't, Eric. I will not discuss parties here with you, and I will not discuss legacies that were paralyzed or that zilikuwa viwete hapa na wewe. I will not. Legacy ya Kibaki robbed us of democracy in this nation. There's nothing greater that we lost than that. If we kept our constitution intact and even a rat was leading us, it would have been okay. Kibaki took away from something from us that has been very, very costly. We have lost many lives that we cannot get back because Kibaki agreed to hold on to something that he knows clearly not correctly acquired. So do not tell me about a party. Do not tell me about the governments. Tell me about character.
Maunga,
so I was making a point.
Question. Rather than Kibaki still in his second term, what else did you think that Kibaki stole from Kenya?
Did you ask me that?
I know you're a tough defender.
No. That's what I'm saying. Was that directed towards me?
Yes, I wanted to know
beyond him robbing us what?
That the second term election, we know he stole that one outright.
He stole from us he stole from us the democratic universal suffrage of the Kenyans. That Kenyans would finally understand that the country is theirs, for them, and about them. He stole that from us. When you steal that from our people, you've stolen everything from them. So we are fighting to get that back. Nothing can be more expensive. If we had been left with our universal suffrage intact and the rule of law, and if the constitution was let to breathe, and that what it says is what we should stand by and abide by at all costs, Mato atungewahi fika hapa. Ruto would have never been president. He would have been rotting in a jail somewhere. Uhuru would probably have found his way later on, if at all he was within the destiny of God to ever lead this country, but not at the point where Kenya was, having a new constitution that they actually needed to effect by two criminals who are indicted, and that the chapter 6 already was abhorrent of them and outlawed them. Thanks.
I agree. The biggest mistake Kenya ever made was to elect, and I have always said, was to elect the ICC suspect. Somehow it brought, we had set a standard whereby, like the case, I always refer to the case of Nancy Baraza, and I assume if it was Ruto or if it was anyone else, would they have resigned?
And so now Nancy Baraza is now holding a public office. She's back.
But I mean, by that time, the kind of standard we had set.
Precisely what I'm saying. As in, I'm saying it now tells you that we had made gains that now are where it has taken us back to imagine how far. Because 2007, Kibaki would not just say, I have been beaten fair and square, let Kenyans decide to go the direction they should go. Just because Akina Karua and the entire Mount Kenya garbage bin was full of that rubbish. So that's why we're where we are.
Both of you, like, look at Waluke. Where is Waluke? And that's a jailed bird. Where is chapter 6 in Waluke? So yeah, some things were done wrong, and I don't know how we're going to get out of this. Eric and Maunga, and also Nani, Mr. Chair, something is wrong in the fabric, in the geopolitical fabric of our country, that something needs to be fixed once and for all.
Don't you think now we have an opportunity, especially now this opposition, to also come out with a total system which Kenyans can now believe? Maybe Maunga, I can throw that question to you. Do you think we have an opportunity through the current?
There's never been a bigger opportunity. By the way, it's the only thing. Really, what else do we have? We don't have anything else.
So and do they understand that? Like, for example,
yes, they do. Yes, they do that. But ask yourself, does Gachagua understand that? He doesn't. It is about him being the big man. Who?
Sifuna. Does Sifuna get that?
Totally, completely. God, you guys, take it from me. Man, if you guys haven't figured it out by now, if you actually think that Sifuna is a common Kenyan politician, then in that case I don't even know what you're sitting here analyzing.
Ebu nisifie Sifuna kidogo. Can you give me some of the critical attributes which we can get from Sifuna, and actually we have never gotten them from any other leader in Kenya?
Sifuna is an open book. What you see in Sifuna now is what you get, and that is who he is. He doesn't have any insatiable ambition. He's gotten here by fluke.
Is he corrupt? Just asking.
By corruption, you mean what? You see what Linda Mwananchi is doing. When we were working with the Babu, I was in the same think tank with Sifuna during that time when we were doing the idea, and basically we were part of a Babu's think tank as building him into
what I'm
like
asking,
a Babu. What I'm telling you, everything that you see Linda Mwananchi doing right now, the call to drive yourselves towards effecting change yourselves, the call towards personally funding yourself, the cost towards just being selflessly out there to do right by your country. That is what Sifuna stands for, and that is what you've always been doing, and that's all I know
So
him for.
there is an issue here. I'm just trying to ask you. Sifuna is with Gachagua, and they have formed the government, incidentally. The year is 2027. Sifuna and those other guys in opposition, they have formed the government, whichever the position they take. Na kuna Gachagua hapo. Alafu sasa Gachagua, I'm saying hypothetically, Gachagua anamwambia kuna 50 billion hapa tugawane.
Hata kubali. What I'm telling you, ndio nakwambia, did you hear me? My presidential candidate is Matiang'i, for one reason. Matiang'i serves the kind of a leadership ile haitambui rafiki ya madui. Inatambua systems, structures, and rule of law. Okay, rule of law is relative, by the way, when you have to get things done. But what I'm saying is, Sifuna hata kubali. Matiang'i ndio atajaila watu. Matiang'i ndiye atatuletea hizi vitu zote Ruto ameiba, kwa sababu akona hizo network zote amezielewa. So governance usually requires experience. Matiang'i has served in the level of presidency of this country via proxy. Then he's the one person who is ruthless enough to decide that you will not coerce me, you will not twist me. There's nothing I stand to lose. And you know the reason why we are the ones who asked for Matiang'i, and he came on our behest, and he's working for us. What that will mean is he'll look at you like, what can you tell me when I'm doing this for the people? And they're the ones who put me here. The reason why we cannot afford for anyone to bankroll us for whatever reason, we cannot afford as electors for anyone to give us their dime until they tend to buy our votes, is because our voice can only be heard when we are the ones who have enabled that person to be in leadership. So be very clear. Notice very clearly that I did not speak of a Sifuna presidency.
Monga, basically, so you're saying Sifuna has the moral authority, but Matiang'i has the authority. I mean, the stand authority.
He has authority. Okay, he has age on his side. He has authority on his side. He has experience on his side. He has personality on his side. He has character on his side. Sifuna
Can I ask a question?
is a good candidate for leadership. But trust me, there's something called understanding that makes you. Do you guys know the reason why Sifuna is as if I told you our history, man, you guys would not believe it. So for me, take it from me. The tutelage that Sifuna got from Raila, and the lessons he learned, and the growth he has acquired, and the grace of God that has now pushed him to where he is sufficient for him to be a great part of the future correct leadership of this country. But as I've always said, Kenya requires panel beating right now. We don't require just the constitution as a guiding principle. We don't require just offices as a guiding principle. We require character. We require someone who has benevolent dictatorship that is actually clearly understanding of every area. We don't have time. So the time that we do not have is the time for anyone to learn the ropes in office.
Basically, you're telling us we require a panel beating.
Yes. Not us. Mato,
And
not us. The system of Kenya. Everything has failed, Mato. All the arms of government have failed. They all require to be revived. That is panel beating. The fabric, basically the software of a Kenyan to what a country should be is all totally collapsed. We require that refixed. Do we have time for that? And then we have the debt that we need to recover. We have to make sure that we're restructuring the government and making it paper thin. We've got to make sure that all the pilferage of public funds is cut down to negative something. How can that be achieved by somebody who'll come and realize that, oh, for one, I'm a lawyer, so rule of law is something that I have to first observe. Oh, okay, this was done, so we require that, oh, there's paper here, it has to be followed up, and it takes you another 6 years to follow it up. We can't have that, Baba. We've just got to get someone who says, I've rolled up my hands. No, I have said that Kenyans are getting that back. Kenyans are getting that back. Kesi baadaye, fanya hivi, huyo afungwangwe pale, sasa zile tunaongea. Huyo awekwe pale saa zile tunaongea, alafu sasa Kenya sasa tuna flow. Mlikuwa mnasema aje? Hii judiciary ni nani, leteni file and everything else. Let us go through who they've been. By the time they're sitting on that on those benches, there are people you can actually trust to come and legislate over these things zenye zilikuwa signed, kwa sababu government seal saizi iko kwa office ya president. Ana sign vitu on behalf of Kenya as if ana sign kiosk ya kwake Sugoi. Idiocy.
Jiro, can I ask just one question? So my question is, like all of you, what is the biggest problem that is facing Kenya right now? The biggest.
What does it look like to you?
I mean, it's the debt. Like,
the
yeah, it's
the biggest problem that Kenya has is leadership.
No, I think it's the debt, in my opinion, for now.
That debt, most of it
Because-
is odious. So it is odious because the leadership has been fictitious and terrible. So what are you talking about?
Good. Now you have come to where I wanted. Now, can you, when you talk over debt, and this debt, like we collect so much money in terms of taxes, but we are not reducing this debt; it's still increasing higher. Do you think? And in my opinion, if you have to address this issue of debt, I think Uhuru and Ruto, they need to answer the questions. They have to answer questions. So can Matiang'i arrest Ruto, Uhuru?
Why not? Why not? You guys, you know, I think you've been, I don't know, who are these people you've been around? Ni nani waliwalea? Kwani how permissive was your upbringing? What kind of an environment did you have that you do not have people who just understand that when I have a job, it needs to be done and it doesn't recognize friends or foes? For as long as I have come and the case is telling me you have a case to answer, it doesn't matter. You may have appeared to be my friend, you may have had authority, but hapa baba ulikosea. You guys don't know Matiang'i enough. Amujui kwa nini kila mtu anaogopa huo mwanaume. That is what you guys don't get. But kama mkona enyewe, when you can still speak passively about Gachagua, I wouldn't expect that you'd understand that kuna wanawake wamezaa watoto wenye wanajielewa na wanajua that when they take on a job they need to take themselves seriously enough and deliver on a promise when they say it and that their word is their honor. The day you encounter people like that, Eric, you will know that what leadership looks like, what the character of leadership is, and what it can do. Until then, I don't think those questions, I might not answer you in a way that I might actually seem derogatory at some point. Usually, I'm not particularly at nice all the way. As these guys understand, I'm usually polite to a certain end, so I might risk sounding rude to you. But until the point where you look around you and you realize that you've never met anybody who says their word and does what they say, you will not understand that there exists such people and that character exists in Matiang'i. Thanks.
Actually, Eric,
Jiro.
Eric, go for it.
Jiro, can Matiang'i arrest Uhuru? Jiro.
I think that question is best for Maunga.
No, I've already responded to him, but he thinks he can ask you guys. According to him, in his head, he thinks because my father bore me, my mother bore me, I cannot correct her if she's wrong. I cannot call out what they're doing that is wrong because they are my parents. And as such, brought me to the world, and probably they are older. Oh, they gave me so much, including my education. Hell no. Some of us, for as long as it is wrong, irrespective of who's doing it. For as long as it is right, in spite of the fact that nobody else is doing it, including the people who should.
Yeah, I think when it comes to arresting somebody, Bwana Eric, I don't know if we do it through tribunals. It's only that, in Kenya, we have never had a serious tribunal for anyone. We only have like commissions that we investigate watu kama akina Gishuru. Ilikuwa naitwa nani yule Gishuru wa stima. But we had no serious investigation body to actually investigate any past leader. Because when Kibaki is coming to power, even though people wanted Moi to be investigated, they convinced us ati tuachane na yeye. Although me, I was not of that school of thought, even if nilikuwa mdogo, nilikuwa nikiona mtu kama Moi alikuwa anafaa akuwe investigated. So ni kama saa hii, and that is what I fear. Some of the guys who we are having, tunaweza ngoa Ruto mamlakani usikiwa akisema tu tuachane na yeye. I don't know kama Mauga, you understand that scenario. Unaweza kuta kuna wajinga, some of the guys we are having.
That is, by the Njiru, mimi hakuna mtu mwingine utaniambia nataka kuwe president wa country other than Matiang'i. Sikudanganyi. Sasa hata unipeleke wapi, hata unifanye nini? So mimi the only thing nafanya nimeka Matiang'i jina yake nikaeka kwa Mungu, nikasema I am praying and fasting and telling God, yes, we are asking you for a leader, but at the same time we are giving our intentions and petitions, and this is the reason. Empower him, build him into the vessel that can serve us for in the right way, in a manner that pleases to you, even you, God. Period.
No, that is the fear I have.
Gachagua ataambia Ruto, nipatie hiyo Weston, nipatie sijui wapi hii watu naenda kuongea nao huko nyuma, achana nao.
Ndio nauliza, can Kalonzo investigate Ruto? Ni swali tu nauliza because
no.
Na then if that is the case, then nini tunatafuta hapa? Yani mtu anaweza tutesa hivi, watoto wamekufa, alafu tuseme tu acha tu aende tu Sugoi. Atuacha tu aende Sugoi. Ni swali tu nauliza. Atuacha tu aende Sugoi, ati haina shida. Hakuna haja kushinda tukifuata hata ametoka mamlakani. Those are the jitters I have.
Njiru and Maunga, since I'm about to step off, let me just say, I agree with Maunga, and I also listened to Eric Vizuri. And this is hata wewe nakusikiza vizuri sana. Mimi the combination though, I think is gonna have a problem of where the rest are gonna go. But once they come and they discuss Nanini, I wouldn't mind a Matiang'i presidency supported by a Sifuna, deputized by Sifuna, because Sifuna is actually is Nani venye Maunga amesema is a constitution working by itself. Matiang'i, yes, that benevolent dictator. I think that will be something that is a big change in our country, or even vice versa. But I think at this time, it's about time in our country that we move on. We move on from these other things. Me, Kalonzo Kulata Tupo, I don't care personally. And that's the government that I'm thinking that can really take this thing and like Maunga said, yes, some people are supposed to be taken to jail for the atrocities that they did, because in this country that we call Kenya, as long as you're called a Mheshimiwa, which is supposed to be a public servant, there is nowhere you go. And I've given and I'm going to give it again. Waluke was jailed, but today he's serving. He's, well, not serving, being called Mheshimiwa for killing someone. Didmas Baraka.
He's actually serving. He's an MP. Waluke is an MP.
Yeah, Didmas Baraza killed someone. What is this lady from the coast? Alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Aisha Jomo.
Aisha Jomo. Yani, just because umefika hapo hivyo, I think it's a cult that needs to be unculturalized, if that's even a word in the dictionary. It's a cult that once you get into parliament or you get to be called Mheshimiwa, it seems like you're above even this president that you have.
Mato, you don't know how that guy likes to work with criminals, by the way. Usually likes to work with people who have cases because then he can dangle a carrot. He usually, like his forte is actually, like, your first qualification to be a potential candidate for him is that you must have a criminal record. And that's why you see he doesn't bother with Babu too much, because he knows that when he's in a fix completely and he requires someone to use, he will use Babu.
Yeah, he killed Jirongo's son-in-law. He did Nini. Anyway, I don't want to talk about the other one. Maunga, you know about it because that's personal, and I don't want to put it on national TV here. But you know the other one that he killed, who's my mother's whatever. So I just need this guy to. I don't know. You guys keep on talking. You're taking him to Sugoi. I don't know if you can catch him somewhere between Sugoi and
That guy won't enjoy anything in that Sugoi land. That one I prophesy, I decree and declare. Hata why I enjoy hiyo Sugoi yake in Jesus name. That is, wacha tuone kama Mungu anakulanga anakunywanga mursiku huko nini, huko Rift Valley.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm gonna be listening to you guys. I gotta go to work, but I'm gonna be listening. So, Njiro, thank you for hosting me. Maunga, it's been nice to see you again or to hear from you again. Eric, nice talking to you. You're a great debater. They could debate, but I'm really appreciating that. Come another day to queue up here, sisi wote hapa hivi. Njiro, thank you for the time. See you guys later. Have a good night and God bless.
All right, cheers.
Sawa wakubwa, nimefurahia. So Maunga na Eric, mnaweza peana neno lenyu la mwisho tufunge. It's quite late now on my direction, please. We can meet tomorrow. Maunga, kama utapata time, you can come tomorrow. I usually open at this time. The same time tu umeingia tu.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, unaweza peana jambo lako la mwisho if you feel the
Nilikuwa nangojea Eric apatiane ya mwisho kwa sababu yeye ndio nimempata huku.
Oh yeah, Eric, go ahead.
Hi, mi sina mengi ya kusema. I understand me politics was analyzing ikiwa emotional, huwa nasikiza. I understand kenye Mauga anasema. Like I weigh the positive, the negative, and at the end of the day, the Kenyans want to make decisions on how they want to be governed. Because sometimes I may say many things and maybe they are not listening. The Kenyans are not listening. So, yeah, sina anything to add, Gina.
Mimi, as usual, nakuanga very emotional being, and in fact, there's a reason why the world is now presently hiring emotional intelligence, because that is what is required. Without emotions, then I guess we can't drive anything because we won't be passionate enough. So I'm usually very proudly emotional about everything that I do, speak and I address. I carry it with passion, and for the same reason, for the passion I love Kenya for, I need every Mount Kenya person to wake up to the reality that you are under a serious threat and attack. Do everything you can and will to safeguard that nation of Mount Kenya. It is important to a lot of us. It is important to most of us. It is an epicenter for Kenya, of Kenya, for a reason. it was where our divine orchestration was actually initiated and almost buried, and it is for that reason that they're usually very integral. Their hardworking nature and their resilience is something that Kenya totally thoroughly needs. Nobody should, they can, but we should not allow anyone to just wake up and decide that they want to wipe them off the face of the earth just because it is going to be able to massage their egos that they do that, and that there's still something that people have worked very, very hard for. We know who the thieves are, we know who the hardworking Kenyans are. And obviously, because the two are on the ballot, let us decide on the hardworking Kenyans to be protected. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Maunga. I appreciate. Thank you for everybody who joined our show tonight. Yeah, it was a hot one. We keep on focusing. Kama uko na mtu wa Orokarao, unaweza mpigia simu na mwambie wasituaibishe. We have to reach ukingoni wa hii story. We hope also 2027 will start breathing well, whereby we can be able to exterminate Ruto power. Tusimuogope sana. Yeah, so, and we can do it, by the way. Thank you, Maunga, Eric, and everybody who came to the show, comment section, and the panel. Usiku mwanana. Good morning.